you all to today's program. It promises to be an exciting conference. This is the 29th National Banking and Ethics Conference, and it's part of our 2025 Bankers Week celebration. Once again, you're all welcome to today's program. My name is Yusuf Agana. I work with Chartered Institute of Bankers with the Member Experience and Growth Department. We scheduled to begin at 10 a.m. It's 15 minutes past 10. Sorry for keeping you waiting for 15 minutes. We are waiting our council members and our guests of honor to join us, and then we can kickstart with the program. So without wasting much time, please give us some few minutes to welcome our guests and our council members to join us here, then we can begin the program. Those of us who are online, you're all welcome to today's program. Please stick and stay with us. We promise to give you a very exciting program. Thank you.
(1963), a year of significance. A handful of visionary Ghanaian chartered bankers returned from their studies in the United Kingdom. They started as a close-knit group reminiscing about their UK journeys and sharing work experiences. But this was not just about memories. The ambition grew. And they started organizing preparatory classes in Accra for upcoming bankers with an unquenchable thirst for growth. In 1963, they formalized their tie with the Institute of Bankers, England and Wales.
Okay, please, just by way of information, sorry, those of us who registered online and registered and took our tags, we've been sent a text message which has a program outline, so you can just tap on the link, and that will help you see the program outline for today's session. Thank you very much.
The work wasn't easy, yet their determination was unwavering. Over the years, the Institute's presence was undeniable. Their annual Bankers' Dinner became landmarks, platforms for central bank governors to share visions for the year ahead. From the first executive secretary, Mr. Kofi Atta-Bronyah, to the chief executives, the journey has been nothing short of inspiring. 1978, a significant year. The Institute took a giant leap and registered under Professional Bodies Decree of 1973. That same year, localizing examinations became a reality. Despite challenges, the Institute persevered. From power outages during exams to relocation, they faced it all. 2016 saw a remarkable change. Bishop Mrs. Patricia Sappor was elected the first female president, leading the Institute to even greater heights. And finally, 2019, the Chartered Institute of Bankers Act was assented, marking another major milestone. Through decades of passion, perseverance, and unwavering commitment, the Chartered Institute of Bankers Ghana stands tall today, honoring the past, celebrating the present, and looking forward to an even brighter future.
Ladies and gentlemen, please, shall we, as a sign of respect, be on our feet to welcome our guests into the auditorium? Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Oh, please, you may have our seats. Thank you very much. Thank you very, very much. Once again, you're all welcome to Chartered Institute of Bankers Ghana. My role was to set the ball rolling, and I think I've done that. And so, without wasting much time, we have one of our media gurus who does this better than I'm doing. So please, with a round of applause, let's welcome Bernard Avle to take over the MC's role.
Hello. I thought you would continue the work you started nicely so that we will share the money. But since you didn't start, you haven't done it enough to earn some of the salary. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we thank you all for being here. We'd like to start by inviting the ACIB Rosamond Amo, that's the name, she's a council member, to lead us in an opening prayer. So let's receive her with a round of applause. Mrs. Rosamond Amo. I think you should come up because of the cameras. So she is a council member of the institute and she would lead us in a quick opening prayer. Thank you.
Good morning. Let's share a word of prayer. You may stand, please. Our gracious Father, we thank you for the gift of life. We thank you for the opportunity to gather here this morning for this conference. We also thank you for the diverse perspectives of people that we have here in terms of talents and everything. Father, as we begin this deliberation, we ask for wisdom, we ask for your guidance, we ask for clarity in communication. Please bless us in our efforts that everything that we deliberate here, we can be able to put it into practice as practitioners, professionals, and also help build our nation Ghana and CIB brand. This is a humble prayer in your son's name. Amen.
Thank you very much indeed. So this event is coming to you live here. I don't know whether this is Accra, Legon, or Accra, Medina. You know, I went to Presec, and they said we are in Medina. So I don't know whether we are in Legon or Medina, but you're welcome. We'll resolve that before the program ends. This is the Ethical Banking Conference. And before I introduce all our special guests, since we are still compiling the list, what I'd like to do is to bring up stage for the welcome address, the president. So I'd like to invite Mr. Benjamin Amenume, a fellow of the Institute FCIB, to bring us the official welcome program. Please welcome Mr. Amenume with a round of applause. And you tell us, are we in Medina or we are in Legon? Resolve that issue for us today.
Good morning, everybody. The head of BSD, Mr. Ismail Adams, representing the governor of Bank of Ghana, Dr. Johnson Pandite Siama, the former presidents, I can see three of our former presidents here. We have Mr. Eric Osebonsu, FCIB. We have Mr. Clifford Duke Mentor, FCIB. Then we have Bishop Patricia Sapo, FCIB. Distinguished council members of CIB Ghana, we have industry leaders present. You are all acknowledged. Representative from academia and corporate Ghana, fellows, members, students of CIB Ghana, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, good morning again. On behalf of the Governing Council, members and management of Chartered Institute of Bankers Ghana, I warmly welcome all of you to the 29th Banking and Ethics Conference. The theme for today's event is Building Future-Ready Banks, Ethical Leadership, Sustainable Finance, and Currency Stability Amid Disruption. This annual gathering has become one of the most important platforms for reflection, dialogue, and forward planning for Ghana's banking and financial service sector. The CIB mandate and our shared purpose. Established under at 2019 at 991, the Chartered Institute of Bankers Ghana is mandated to promote the study of banking and to regulate the practice of the banking profession in Ghana. These are to ensure high standard of ethical and professional competence within the banking sector. At the core of this mandate is a simple and powerful truth. Banking is first and foremost a trust profession. So there's a saying that where trust is strong, stability is possible. And where trust is weak, then the system is at risk. In this regard, let me touch on a few of recent works to strengthen professional standards. In the past 2 years, the Institute has introduced several strategic programs to deepen competence and strengthen ethical leadership across the industry, which includes the revised ACIB curriculum, now globally benchmarked across 4 levels, the Chartered Banker for Executive Leadership, called CBEL program, which continues to shape governance and strategic leadership at the executive level. The Bank CEO program, providing an accelerated pathway to ACIB for branch managers and regional managers of banks to strengthen operational and ethical decision-making. The Digital Academy, focus on cybersecurity, fintech integration, and digital service excellence. And ESG certification program developed with EPA and IFC to advance responsible and sustainable finance practices. In today's conference, we will launch Ethics 2, an enhanced and contemporary approach to ethical training and culture building, and non-interest banking and finance certification program, which will support product diversification in line with Ghana's evolving financial landscape. Bankers Week activities, a journey of engagement and impact. As part of 2025 Bankers Week program, we have already and successfully held the National Banking and Ethics Challenge. We rolled out the financial, ethical, and digital literacy outreach in selected senior high schools. We hosted the Sports for Life and Mental Wellness in October and delivered a thought leadership webinar on non-interest banking and finance earlier this month. Looking ahead, we are also preparing for the final set of activities which will bring our community together. The induction and graduation ceremony is slated for December, and same our Carols Night and Thanksgiving service. Then we end it with the Governors' Day, which will bring the year to a memorable close. These programs are not simply events. They are deliberate effort to educate, inspire and build community, strengthen professional identity, and reinforce our shared commitment to ethical banking. I therefore encourage all CIB members and those who aspire to be CIB members, partner institutions, and other stakeholders to continue to participate actively. Regulation, alignment, and major step forward. We are deeply encouraged by the recent directive from the Bank of Ghana, which makes the CIB ethics certification mandatory to all bank staff, and also required the chartered banker qualification for all bank branch managers. Thank you. This is historic. It is an affirmation of the Institute's relevance. It is a decisive national step forward to a principled and accountable banking culture. We are grateful to the governor, the deputy governors, the leadership of Bank of Ghana, and the Ghana Association of Banks for this enduring partnership. We take this responsibility seriously, and we will deliver on it. At one of our engagements with the Honorable Minister for Education, he mentioned to us that ethics education must not begin in the banking hall. It must begin in the classroom. We look forward as an institute to partnering with the Ministry of Education and the NACA to embed financial ethics within Ghana's education ecosystem, thus shaping the next generation before they even enter the workforce. In conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, we gather here today not merely for discussion, but to renew a shared commitment to build banks that are trusted, to raise leaders who act with integrity, and to shape a financial ecosystem that serves Ghana with excellence and honor. On this note, I inspire all of us to sharpen our judgment, our thoughts, to ignite a resolve today. It's going to be very interesting. With that, I once again welcome all of you to the 29th National Banking and Ethics Conference. Thank you. May God bless you all.
I think it deserves another round of applause. Thank you very much. Yeah. It's interesting because this weekend we're in Kumasi for the journalism program, and it's also the 29th edition. So it looks like the prophecy is that as bankers make money, journalists will also make money. Because we're also 29th, I'm saying, yeah, very good. So thank you, sir, for this one. So the way to think about this program is that there are 2 panel discussions, 2 presentations, and 4 speeches. We've had the first speech, so there are 3 more. So that you can figure out how much progress we're making. We've interspersed the program so it doesn't get boring. So in the course of the day, there will be a panel discussion on the future of banking, ethical leadership, and sustainability of revenue. This panel will be moderated by Abena Asarimenako. So she will do the first panel moderation. The second panel is on maintaining stability of currency in an era of digital asset disruption. So that's the second panel discussion. Now, there are 2 presentations today, and I'm going to call the person to do the first one. And that presentation is going to look at the impact of the institute itself. There's another presentation on digital innovation for future ready banking. That's also coming up as well. But I think it's important to acknowledge some of the key people here who have contributed in many ways to the success of this illustrious institution. So please help me by acknowledging with a round of applause the following. Please, if I call your name and it sounds like your name, just give me a wave. Dr. Yao Jimalabi, a former council member and chief examiner for rural banking and microfinance. Thank you, sir. He's a fellow. He's a fellow, FCIB. Dr. Richard Adai Dente, also a fellow. Dr. Richard Adai Dente. Thank you, sir. Now, Bishop Patricia Sapo, a fellow and immediate past president of the Institute. Auntie Patricia, good to see you. Mr. Clifford Duke Metal, a fellow and a former president as well. Thank you, sir. Mr. Eric Osei Bonsu, a fellow and a former president. Thank you. Mrs. Rosemond Amu, ACIB and a council member. So that's an associate. Wonderful. Isn't it nice that most of our former presidents are still alive? It's very good. Some institutions, all their former presidents are dead. So it means the thing here is good. Almost all your former presidents are alive. You go to some place, if you don't die, you don't leave the throne. And you can be 92 and run for president, and win for another 7 years. God help them. So we have a few more. Mr. Andy Annan, a fellow and advisory committee member. Thank you, sir. Also privileged to have Madam Alberta Kwakupom, a fellow and advisory committee member as well. Dr. Edem Amengo, fellow and a former council member. Thank you. Mr. Kwame Abe, a fellow and a member of the education committee and a lecturer. Mr. Kwame Abe, thank you. Mr. Franklin Atiana, a member of the audit committee. Did I get that right? All the way at the back. Mr. Ernest Kwesi Dankwa, a fellow and a former council member. Mr. Anthony Opong, a fellow and a former CEO. It's good to see you, sir. The first time I emceed the program here, this man brought me here. And he paid me on time. But he gave me a check. Banker will never give you cash. It's very good. I still have the invoice. It's Opong. Powerful guy. Let's continue. Charles Ofori Aqua, a fellow immediate past CEO. Charles Ofori Aqua. Thank you, sir. Dr. Jonathan Ni Okain Welbeck, an associate and a former council member. Thank you. Mr. Eric Korte, a fellow and a former examiner, is also here with us. Basically, we are trying to say that all the important people within the organization are here. So there's no division among us. I'll go through the rest of the list later on because the list is very long. So what I'd like to do is to bring up stage now the current CEO, Mr. Robert Jato, to take us through a presentation on the Ghana impact of the CIB building future-ready bankers. Please welcome Mr. Robert Jato with a round of applause.
All right, so good morning, and I'm not sure you can see me. I'm sure you can hear the voice. So I think this was arranged for the president, given his height, and not mine. So permit me to just stand on the existing protocols already established by Mr. President and welcome all of you to the 29th National Banking and Ethics Conference. I think what I'm here to do is really just tell the story that the president has already shared with you, but in pictures, because I'm told a picture is worth 1,000 words. So, building future-ready banks and bankers, CIB Ghana impact. I'm sure the picture here tells a story. And if you reflect on that deeply, you know where we are as an industry. But I have a question. What will humans be doing 10 years from now? I don't have an answer. I would assume that the next presentation or the next slide will present that, which is we are in a new era of human potential. And that's very much driven by AI, technology making humans ever more productive and creative, but also humans making technology even more creative and more intelligent and more like human beings. In that context, question is, what will happen to banks and bankers? If you think about the giant guy there, it looks like a traditional bank. But today we see a number of very agile, smaller institutions disrupting what we do traditionally. And that requires us to begin to think about how do we leverage technology and all the other elements that should drive us forward as an industry. And so today we talk about AI, cryptocurrencies, which means that there are payments that are not going through banks. It also means that we are very, if you like, a very different demographic. The bulk of the population of Ghana today sits under 39 or 45, thereabout. And so the customer profile is changing. That also means that the expectations are shifting. But what is not changing is trust. In other words, the currency in banking, which is trust, will remain very relevant. And that's where we come in at Chartered Institute of Bankers Ghana. We believe that that trust, the currency in banking, is very much driven by character, which is ethics. It's driven by competence, which is education. And certainly is driven by consequence, which is regulation. And so over the next few minutes, what I'd like to do is to share with you the impact of the Institute in terms of what we are doing to develop the trusted, competent professionals, but also how we are building that character, ethics. Of course, our thought leadership and impact, and perhaps what's new as we go into the future. So we are developing trusted professionals. Yes, or you will see the number of chartered bankers that we've graduated. So over the last 5 years, we've graduated over 1,000 chartered bankers. Nobody is clapping. We've also redesigned our curriculum to make it more relevant, more futuristic. And so if you look at it, as Mr. President said, 4 levels. The final level is 1 paper combining ethics, strategy, leadership, governance, risk management. So we encourage all of our stakeholders to ensure that they benefit from the newly redesigned curriculum. Of course, we've also launched the Chartered Banker for Executive Leadership program, which is really about career reflection for senior people in the banking industry, people in key management positions, to tell their story and share their journey, but also do the right thing with the future in mind. So these are the models in the newly designed Chartered Banker for Executive Leadership. We have strategy, leadership, corporate governance, and how we lead through disruption. But they also have mentorship. In other words, you mentor others. And here is the impact in terms of the chartered bankers over 23, and then cohort 2, who attended some beyond the shores of Ghana very recently. Of course, how are we building character? 2 years ago, we launched the Ethics 1.0, and as Mr. President said, we are launching the 2.0 today. This program we co-created with the Bank of Ghana. Let me share with you over 9,000 staff across the various banks have completed this so far. 11 banks have completed. At the executive level, we have 278. At the middle level, the program is designed for junior levels, as well as levels. Here is how the league table is looking like. And we promise that just as we have the Premier League, we'll have the Ethics League. So if you don't see your bank represented, some awards at the Governor's Day. But that also means 0.0 must be taken very seriously. We've also launched the ESG certification program in collaboration with IFC and EPA, and thankfully we have IFC here today. This is the content of that in terms of how do we manage the risks that we face. Era of Galamsey and all the issues related to that. So it's not just a classroom training, it's also a field trip. So this is cohort 1, cohort 2 of those who went through the ESG certification, went to Blue Skies, and then other places to see how this ESG is being incorporated in a say that in the last 3 cohorts we've trained about 9 people leadership. Again, as part of the effort to shape policy and do research, we have had the privilege of sitting in an observer capacity at the Monetary Policy Committee, and we provide input. We survey bankers in terms of what is the impact of the monetary policy and how is that flowing through. We also have the post-monetary policy seminar. Ghanaian banker, the newly redesigned Ghanaian banker, which is part of our thought leadership. We also this year have held the crypto assets, gold coin, and central bank digital currency. How do you develop the T-shaped profession? But also banking. These are thought leadership programs, webinars, designed to help members accumulate CPD points. I'm sure the non-interest bank flyer doesn't reflect ES in terms of diversity, but please pardon me. Impact. Now, Mr. President said that, as Mr. President said, that financial literacy, the digital literacy, and ethical literacy should not start just when we come into banking. It should start at the very, very basic level. And as an institute, we've been driving a number of events and activities and programs to support that. So we launched the National Banking and Ethics Challenge for a number of universities this year. In addition, we've taken financial literacy to a number of secondary schools. And so far, between 2023 and 2025, we've reached close to 9,000, in fact, 16,000 people if you look at them cumulatively. And so in 2023, we reached over 2,000. And here we went to schools in Ashanti region, Prempeh, Opokuwari, and others. And then, of course, we went in 2024 to a number of secondary schools, KJB Asatu Secondary School, Kede, and others. This year, we have gone to Accra Academy and a number of other secondary schools. This is a responsibility not for those who are not in this room. It's for bankers to take financial literacy to secondary school. And the point of this is when we go to those secondary schools, we know and we hear stories like our younger brothers and sisters betting. That's not a bad part of it. They believe that betting actually is an investment, and that's how they call it. And some people are betting with their school fees. So you may be sitting here thinking that your daughter is in school studying, but he's borrowed money from people and he's not sitting in the classroom. Someone must have a responsibility for that, and that's Chartered Institute of Bankers Ghana, taking financial literacy to secondary schools. And it's also our reasonable contribution to the UN Sustainable Development Goals for quality education. So what's the future and what's new? Of course, Mr. President mentioned a number of other initiatives. So we've launched the Branch CEO program, and we encourage all branch managers. As Mr. President said, you cannot be a branch manager over the next 5 years without a chartered banker qualification. We've also launched the Digital Academy, and that's a program that is really speaking to the crypto, all the blockchain, all the technical things that we need to transform and be more creative and productive as bankers. Today, we are launching the non-interest banking program and then also our Ethics 2.0. We also have, as Chartered Institute of Bankers Ghana in our Act 991, what we call related banking services, which means that there are some specific services that you cannot provide to the banking industry if you are not licensed by the Chartered Institute of Bankers Ghana. So that is one that will be rolling out pretty shortly. And again, the chartered banker as a requirement, a precondition for certain rules in the banking industry. And ethics compliance will be key, part of the fit and proper assessment going forward. So into the future, I believe we still have our Rolls-Royce ambition. The building you see here is not the new Bank of Ghana head office. It is our own aspiration. And we call on all of you to support us to achieve that. To us, education is not the filling of buckets, but the lighting of fire. And I want us to reflect on that even as we go through today's session. Thank you very much.
Wow. The presentation was nice. Wow. Pictures are very challenging. If this is how you people teach the banking there, I think we can also come and do some. Because, banking, there are a lot of numbers and charts. But if this is the approach you use, is it possible that we can join the class too? So we can become bankers? Let's put hands together for Robert Jato. That was really nice. We want to take a musical interlude for two reasons. Because we feel like this is going to be very interesting to watch. But also, the Minister of Education is joining us shortly. So we are hoping that in that break, he will come in at the same time. So the group is called Shebre Musical and Dance Troupe. So let's put hands together for the group. Thank you. How many of you could guess the name of the dance they were doing? You don't know the name of the dance they were dancing? Me too, I don't know. But we'll find out before the program ends. But you know, dancing is a language and a mode of communication. And our education is not complete if we cannot understand the communication of various dance forms. So all of us have to go back to school. All of us have to go back to school. I like everything about the institute. The only thing I don't like is the colors of your tie. It looks like our rivals, Prempeh College. Too much. Too much. It's as if when they were building the institution, they were Prempeh people as part of the thing. Yellow is like Mauli School, Prempeh is some way. That's the only thing you should change. Everything else is J. So put your hands together for yourselves. Yeah. And this year, both Presec and Prempeh, we didn't see top. Don't you think it'd be nice to do a national banking and economics quiz or something? Can you people do it? Instead of science and math quiz, national, they have what? Yeah, it will be nice, man. It will be very powerful. Charlie, accounting, equations, and things. Problem of the day. Oh my God. We will sponsor. So you should talk to the Bank of Ghana. Ghana at 60. Bring money instead of bankers. CTFM. National Banking Challenge. Very powerful. All right. I want to continue with the list of guests to appreciate. The minister is almost here. I feel like it would be nice for him to come before the governor's speech. So just give me 2 seconds. The last time I checked, he was at Gold House, but he's coming with motorcade. It's not like you and I, so he will get here. I had to leave and even was late, but the minister. But to be fair, they are very busy. You know, I met an MP this weekend at a program. That was his third program. And he had like 4 more to finish. I don't know what time he has for his children. And I don't know. So let's pray for them. So let's acknowledge a few more people. We're very happy to have Curtis William Brentu, DMD of the ARB Apex Bank. Let's put hands together for him. Is there? Wonderful. We also have Dr. Stefan Nwole from Mpontu Technologies, one of our guest presenters. We also have Dr. Humphrey Yimdake, who is the president of AGI. He's a special guest on the panels. Doc, it's good to see you. We appreciate your time. We also want to acknowledge Abena Asarimenako. I think I acknowledged you already. Did I? Oh, Abena, it's good to see you. How are you? ACIB. Abena is a banker. And we also have Francis Owuswe Champong, a fellow and a former examiner. Thank you. We also have Michael Kondo, who is a fellow. Michael Kondo. And then we've already acknowledged him, but I think we should again acknowledge the head of banking supervision, Ismail Adams. Ismail Adams. Mr. Paul Bansaki, a former vice president and a fellow. Mr. Paul Bansaki, I think he was outside. Oh, you are back inside. Very good. Oh, let's put that up for Mr. Paul Bansaki. Mr. Robert Owusu, who is also a fellow of the institute. Mr. Robert Owusu, thank you. Osei Jesse, who is a fellow, and he also is with Bank of Ghana. Where's Osei Jesse? Thank you, sir. And Philip Boabing, who is also a fellow. Mr. Philip Boabing. And we have 2 panel discussions. I'd like to acknowledge some of our panel members. As I said, there's a panel on ethical leadership and sustainability. That panel will have Dr. Humphrey Yimdake, president of AGI. It will also have Dr. Stefan Nwole in Mpontu. It will also have Sima Kamagate, who is a fellow and head of retail banking GCB. Where is Sima? His name sounds like a Japanese, but he's from Northern Ghana. Sina Kamagate. It's powerful. It's like a Japanese. And that panel will also have Robert Jato. The panel on currency in an era of digital assets will have Mr. Adams, who's the head of banking supervision. Mr. Philip Chum, head of business development at FIDO. He's an associate. Where's Mr. Philip Chum? Philip Chum. Okay. It will also have Mr. John Ewua, CEO of the Ghana Association of Banks. We hope he gets here before then. And Mrs. Doris Ya Agri Ahiati, a fellow. Doris, she's with Crescendo Crescendo Consult. And we've designed these panel discussions to be an open forum as well. So after we ask a few questions, we open the floor. These are two very critical questions: the question of ethical leadership and the question of financial stability or currency stability in an era of digital asset disruption. So those are the two big panel discussions we are having. They called me that the guy is here. Oh, he hasn't reached here yet. Okay. Well, so this is what we're going to do now. I think we can bring up stage to give us the keynote address, the governor's speech. And we are very, very happy to have a man who is wearing two hats today. He's head of banking supervision, Department of the Bank of Ghana, Mr. Ismail Adams. Let's put our hands together for him as he brings us. If in the course of your speech the minister comes, you can acknowledge him and just continue. You haven't committed any crime. Put your hands together for him one more time. Thank you.
Thank you, Bernard. You got my name very right. Thank you for that. Let me also stand on the existing protocols established by the President and say good morning to you all. So the governor would have loved to be here, but as you are all aware, there is a Pan-African governors meeting organized by the Bank of Ghana and the Bank of England, which is presently taking place at the Kempinski Hotel. That's the reason why he is not here. He would have loved to be here. So he extends his apology and asks me to represent him and read his speech on his behalf. It is a great pleasure to welcome you all to the 29th Banking and Ethics Conference organized by the Chartered Institute of Bankers, Ghana. This milestone offers a unique opportunity to reflect on a crucial element of banking, i.e. ethics, which is the foundation of trust, transparency, and sustainable banking. Let me begin by commending CIB for their unwavering commitment to strengthening professional banking capacities and promoting ethical values across the banking industry. I believe this conference will serve as a call to action for financial institutions in Ghana to uphold high ethical standards and that trust and integrity remain central to banking practices. The theme for this year's National Banking and Ethics Conference, i.e. maintaining stability of the currency in an era of digital assets disruption, is timely and central to safeguarding the economic well-being and the stability of our financial system. In today's rapidly evolving financial landscape, the rise of digital assets presents both opportunities and challenges for central banks worldwide. Millions of hard currency flow monthly through crypto wallets, peer-to-peer platforms, often outside the formal banking channels, undermining the regulator's ability to monitor capital flows and enforce monetary policy. So central banks, especially in emerging markets, have observed with concern remittance diversion via crypto platforms, bypassing traditional banks, amidst concerns of money laundering and terrorist financing risk. While economic actors are using stable coins and other cryptocurrencies pegged to the US dollar increasingly as a hedge against currency volatility, the speculative nature of cryptocurrencies worsen the volatility in the financial system. For Ghana, maintaining the stability of the cedi remains a top priority amidst these disruptions. So the Bank of Ghana is gradually shifting from a cautionary stance to active regulation of virtual assets through the development of Virtual Asset Service Providers Bill, which may soon be laid before Parliament. And this was done in collaboration with Securities and Exchange Commission and the Financial Intelligence Center. The Financial Assets and Service Providers Bill provides a legal framework for the regulation of virtual asset service providers, safeguarding the overall stability of Ghana's financial system by preventing digital asset-induced system disruptions, regulatory arbitrage, and currency substitution. This will further ensure that service providers comply with global AML CFT requirements with robust due diligence reporting mechanisms. In line with the implementation schedule, the Bank of Ghana has commenced the registration of virtual assets providers, including crypto exchanges, wallet providers, custody services, and issuers of digital assets like stable coins, who are currently operating in Ghana. This is part of data gathering and market assessment purposes in preparation for the passage of the bill. The Bank of Ghana has again shown leadership in the space of digital currency through the piloting of the Central Bank Digital Currency, the ECD, as a way of preserving monetary sovereignty, strengthening monetary policy transmission, and providing a legal, safe, and programmable alternative to private digital assets. And this pilot was done somewhere in Asarinsho. Ladies and gentlemen, as you may be aware, the Ghana cedi appreciated cumulatively by 37% year to date as of October 2025, reversing the sharp depreciation of 19.2% as of December 2024. A powerful signal of improving fundamental and policy credibility. According to the World Bank, the cedi is the best performing currency in the sub-Saharan Africa in the first 8 months of 2025. Inflation has eased to 8.0% in October 2025 from 23.8% in December 2024. And this is driven by tight monetary policy stance, exchange rate stability, and broad moderation in price pressures. Ladies and gentlemen, gross international reserves increased to 11.4 billion US dollars, and this is equivalent to 4.8 months of import cover, offering a meaningful cushion against external risks amid strong trade surplus of 6.8 billion in the first 9 months of the year. The central question on everybody's mind, and boldly captured in this year's conference theme, is the sustainability of the cedi in the face of emerging financial disruptions. So these gains reflect deliberate action from the Bank of Ghana, working collaboratively with government to implement strategy initiatives anchored on restoring stability, rebuilding the market confidence, and laying foundations for sustained growth. The Bank of Ghana shall continue to sustain the gains made through robust implementation of monetary policy, reserve management, gold for reserve program, and stable remittance flow. While the stability of the cedi could be threatened by global dynamics, including possible rebound in the US dollar or reduction in commodity prices, our domestic policy stance is strong enough to cushion such shifts. We have strengthened enforcement and monitoring efforts in the foreign exchange market to ensure effective regulation, fair pricing, transparency, and reduce incentive for speculative arbitrage. As we commemorate the 60th anniversary of the cedi, remember the governor pronounced that the market dynamics have changed in reflection of the policy environment, and holding dollars in anticipation of a return to currency depreciation may not be a wise choice for now. We should all reaffirm our collective responsibility to protect the value and integrity of the currency. In addition to being a medium of exchange, the CD is a symbol of our pride, our heritage, and our shared aspirations for a prosperous future. Ladies and gentlemen, let me touch on the importance of ethics. As you may be aware, ethics is not a cost. It is a strategic investment. It is a foundation on which trust, innovations, and resilience are built. And so when you're talking about ethics in banking, it is a very important topic that we all need to take it seriously. Trust in banking is the greatest asset, and it's essential for long-term success in today's competitive banking environment. Customers as well as investors choose banks that act ethically, transparently, and sustainably. While ethics is the backbone of trust, Mr. Chairman, Ghana's banking sector continues to face significant challenges in upholding these standards. Unethical practices still remain in the banking sector, with staff-related fraud on the rise. In 2024 fraud report issued by the Bank of Ghana, we found a 5% rise in reported fraud cases, with total value at risk increasing by 13%, approximately 99 million Ghana cedis. The report highlights a surge in forgery, document manipulation, and identity theft. Notably, there was a significant increase in self-involved fraud and fraudulent activities within the payment system providers sector, raising serious concerns about internal controls and ethical compliance across the industry. These issues strengthen institutional integrity and public confidence, highlighting the urgent need for stronger ethical framework and accountability. To this end, the Bank of Ghana and CIB have formed a strategic partnership aimed to strengthen ethical standards and professionalism among banking professionals in Ghana. An initiative aimed at restoring public trust, curbing fraud, and fostering sustainable banking going into the future. As a key outcome of this collaboration, CIB Ghana, in collaboration with the Bank of Ghana and the Ghana Bankers Association, has developed the Ghana Banking Code of Ethics and Business Conduct for banks in Ghana, as well as e-learning programs to promote the best banking practices and high ethical standards within the banking sector. Given the persistent rise in unprofessional conduct and banking practices and the need to develop a workplace of trustworthiness, ethical and competent professional bankers, the Bank of Ghana, as the President said, has given approval in principle to CIB, Ghana's proposed mandatory ethics certification program for all banking professionals, as well as in the 5 years' time ensuring that all branch managers or all banking professionals, especially the branch officers, are CIB holders. The caveat in that approval was that you should work closely with the Ghana Association of Banks. And so I hope that collaboration is going on. This certification program will form part of Bank of Ghana's fit and proper assessment criteria for key management personnel and directors going into the future. The Chartered Institute of Bankers has also introduced the CIB Ghana Digital Academy program to equip banking professionals with both cutting-edge digital competencies and strong ethical foundations, ensuring they thrive responsibly in ever-evolving financial landscape. Over the years, the Bank of Ghana has demonstrated unwavering commitment to strengthening ethical standards through a series of regulatory reforms. These include the Sustainable Banking Principles, directives on consumer protection, enhanced governance framework, and stricter oversight over digital lending and market conduct. These measures are designed to reinforce transparency, accountability, and professionalism across the financial institutions and aligning Ghana's banking practices with global and international ethical standards. Mr. Chairman, let me conclude my speech by saying that as our industry evolves, let us acknowledge the ethical conduct. Let's acknowledge that ethical conduct is no longer a choice. It is a defining standard that determines whether your business can earn the trust it deserves and thrives or loses credibility and fades away. So it's either you build confidence through ethical standards or you lose your credibility and you lose your business. Financial institutions have the potential to drive positive changes and foster economic development. To realize this potential, financial institutions must commit to promoting ethical practices in ways that generate positive economic return and social and environmental impact. Importantly, financial institutions should purposefully embed these values, these ethical values within their business models rather than treat them as peripheral or secondary considerations. Embedding these ethical standards at the heart of your strategies will ensure that every product, every service, every decision reflects integrity, transparency, and accountability. The Bank of Ghana remains committed to promoting an ethical banking industry. As we mark this conference, let us live with a renewed commitment to making ethics the heartbeat of Ghana's banking sector and ensure that integrity, transparency, and accountability guide every decision and every action of every bank in the country. Thank you for your attention, and may God bless us all.
Please put your hands together one more time for the head of banking supervision at the Bank of Ghana, in the person of Ismail Adams. We are so grateful to you for delivering that speech with the clarity that was required. And as we indicated, the Minister of Education has joined us. Let's acknowledge his presence one more time. The Honorable Haruna Idrisu. So, Minister, we thank you for joining us. We've just had a few speeches. The President has welcomed us, Mr. Benamenume. He gave us a very exciting plan of activities for the year. He also spoke about today's program. We were taken through a presentation by the CEO, Robert Jato, who sat next to you. His presentation was Building Future-Ready Bankers. There are two important certification programs that will be launched, and we are hoping you will launch them for us after your speech. The Ethics 2.0 certification and the Non-Interest and Finance certification, which the Institute is launching in collaboration with Islamic Finance Research Institute, who, by the way, won an award in the 2025 African International Conference on Islamic Finance. So this is non-interest finance. So, Minister, when you are done with your speech, we will be hoping that you would launch these two critical certifications for us before you go to your very busy program for the day. We understand you went to a different institute. So we have the Ghana Banking College and we have the Chartered Institute of Bankers. But thank God you found your way finally here. So we welcome you very specially. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's receive our special guest of honor, the Honorable Minister for Education and MP for Tamale South, in the person of Haruna Idrisu, to bring the keynote address to us. Thank you very much, sir.
Bernard, are you sure I have a keynote after listening to the head of banking supervision of the Bank of Ghana, our very distinguished chair for today's ceremony, the Chief Executive of the Chartered Institute of Banking, Managing Directors of any bank, if you are available and present, and very distinguished ladies and gentlemen of the Chartered Institute of Banking, and giants of industry, if there are any, and head of banking supervision. My honor and privilege to join you at this year National Banking and Ethics Conference, now in its distinguished 29th edition. Let me commend the Chartered Institute of Bankers Ghana for sustaining this platform. And you have provided a platform, the knack of which matters relevant to improving the delivery of banking services, and in particular, strengthening leadership in the banking sector have evolved. I'm sure this institute have contributed in improving standards and even guiding policy evolution that affects the banking sector. Let me use this opportunity. First of all, everybody is celebrating Bank of Ghana cedi at 60. So let me use this opportunity to now publicly commend the governor of the Bank of Ghana and all those persons and individuals who over the years have contributed to the stability of the Ghana cedi. So to Governor Esiama and his deputy, we say Aiko. To Governor Addison, Paulakwa, and all those who some time back provided leadership of the Bank of Ghana, we celebrate you. But even before your clap ends, to remind them that what is it that we are celebrating is a cedi stable, and its stability sustainable and guaranteed. That is the challenge. So at 60, we want to celebrate the next 60 years of the Bank of Ghana with a resilient, stable cedi that allows for predictability of our currency and guides the private sector in their planning and in the businesses that they do. Then I come to the second. Those of you who followed me those days in Parliament, I used to caution daily about the epileptic fall of the cedi, if you recall. It was my humor of sharing with you how unhappy and dissatisfied the Ghanaian private sector was every other day in managing the stability of the cedi. I'm one of those who think strongly that we need a truly autonomous and independent Bank of Ghana. And we should do so not just by policy, but by regulation. And a Bank of Ghana that is not subject to the dictates of any Minister of Finance, even though we cherish that there's a relationship between monetary policy and fiscal policy, but we need a truly autonomous, independent Bank of Ghana. If I'm to attempt a speech, I will now go to your team, building future-ready banks. So are we building future-ready banks? How ready are Ghanaian banks for the age of artificial intelligence with the threats that it comes? I leave that for you to think about and to prepare your banks to be future what? Ready. It simply means you must be artificial intelligence compliant. Are you? If you are not, you go home and change your boardroom discussions about the future of your bank. Then, to borrow the words of the speaker that I met, he said, trust is at the heartbeat of ethics. So I will now take ethical banking. In his words, at the heart of the banking sector. So if I paraphrase him, I'll now add my words. Ethics, ethical banking, an imperative and a must for you, not an option. So you don't have an option to be unethical. The bedrock of banking is trust. and therefore you have a responsibility to uphold trust. Don't ask me for the reasons. You are holding public money. Simple reason is the reason why we should trust you to keep the public purse. You are holding private sector money. So ethical banking is at the trust. Then 2, fairness and non-discrimination, and probably confidentiality and data privacy. Building future-ready banks. Are you prepared and ready to respect the confidentiality and data privacy of your customers? You are required to do so by law, but for you, it's a moral calling. To be moral is to be fair, not to discriminate, and to respect those of you who want me to speak law. Article 18 of the Constitution guarantees some privacy, and even in the banking sector, you have your laws. Then many of you again too, when you hear growing incidents of corruption, you are conduit for the corruption that is happening in our country. I'm not referring to you as individuals. I'm referring to the banking institution. That many of this unethical, corrupt money, some of it passes through the banking system. We expect you to be collaborators and partners of government in fighting graft, economic corruption, and the abuse of public trust and processes for individual public gain. So don't use your institutions as vehicles for public sector corruption. So that will require that your transparency values are upheld very high. Then compliance. You must comply with the Bank of Ghana. So the Bank of Ghana, sometimes when the banks don't comply with you, it also means that you are not realistic with what you are asking them to do. Like this business of regulating foreign exchange, what you popularly call abochi, every now and then. And then the other matter, I'm not sure I have the authority to say it, but tomorrow, the Honorable Minister for Finance on behalf of President John Dramani Mahama will make a bold and courageous statement on regulating the cryptocurrency regime. Let me leave that to the budget statement on Thursday as it will be read. But the President is concerned about the operations and activities of those operating in the space known as cryptocurrency, and government will intervene through some regulation of the operations of those activities. But as I said, not my mandate. I'm sure the Honorable Minister for Finance will share the policy blueprint with you when he does that on Thursday. And then also my honor and privilege today to be associated with you. So now I'm speaking in my small capacity as Minister for Education to declare the launch of 2 new programs, Ethics 2.0, Non-Interest Banking and Finance Certification, formally launched, and to give you the power and authority to continue to do those programs. Then I'm still borrowing from your team, so I need a team on the screen. I don't intend to speak for long. I'll be concluding. So we need leadership from the banking sector that is courageous, and we recognize this institution as facilitating regulation and education, and then financial literacy. My ministry and the GES is happy to collaborate and work with you in improving financial literacy in Ghana generally, and we should work towards that. I wish you a very engaging and insightful conference, and I trust that we would continue to work together. Then finally, my comment on currency stability. I know that many of you travel as I do. From a few years ago, I was a rural boy until I found my way to Dubai. If you go to Dubai, The dirham is about the same rate, 18, 20 years. You don't travel thinking that you go and get a change. So that would be the challenge I'll throw to the banking sector. But I also agree that the politicians, we are those who normally disrupt the economy, then turn around and blame you that you are not doing your work well. So on risk management, and again I borrow from the head of the banking institution, are you complying with the Bank of Ghana regulatory mandate? I think you should. But many at times, and I'm sure without encroaching your territory too as Bank of Ghana, we need more efficiency in the gold for oil and gold for forest reserve regime. We need more efficiency. Particularly, and this will be my final comment, we witnessed it when you were doing BDCs, those oil companies, and we are seeing a part of it. We should be careful who determines the exchange rate. And then when the determination is done, others trade. And then we hear some associated issues with it. We need to get it done. And therefore, we urge you to be more professional in your banking operations, risk management, and credit governance. Then finally, on banking fraud, as I heard him talking about 90 million Ghana cedis lost to bank fraud. Again, Ghana, a country still grappling with a national ID system. 30 years on after independence, unacceptable. For you, you need the national ID system to improve your risk compliance and to ensure that persons who commit crime can be traced and dealt with in accordance with law. So I think that we all must support government effort in the more rapid rollout of the national ID system. So I end with that. You know, in the run-up to the elections, we're more concerned about voter ID card and national ID card. We're not concerned about ID card for banking purposes or for purposes of assessing the public good in Ghana. It was about the electoral fortunes of those to be elected. I think that is an essential public good. As I travel to rural Tamale, I still hear my market women saying that they have no access to a national ID card. Yet they are Ghanaians, unquestionable Ghanaians. I think that we have to fast track the process that makes that possible. And then finally, accountability. So for you, ethics is not an option. It's an imperative for you, a must for you. It's at the bedrock of what you do. Then, Bernard, I should thank you for reminding me that I had promised to be here. I want to use just one simple banking term, then I can take leave of you to listen to the other speakers. I hear many of the banks in Ghana today are also associated with mis-selling, if it is a word, or your financial product. And then also debt recovery. Many of you use intimidation and harassment for your purpose of debt recovery. That's not an acceptable way. That's not an acceptable way to recover the money. Make sure you work well at your risk level. So I now formally declare those two courses launched. I thank you.
Wow. Yeah. Wonderful. So we love it when you go off script, because wonderful. So let's acknowledge Minister one more time for that speech. So even though you are bankers, this is an educational institution, and the minister in charge is here, having endorsed those two programs. They are officially launched. We'd like to take a round of group photographs respectfully before he leaves. So, Minister, would like to invite you and the head of banking supervision. We are going to just take 4 groups of photos. The first one is minister with members of council and council committees only. Let the hearer understand. So, minister with members of council and council committees only. So, I'd like to invite minister to come here. Dr. Ismail, please join. No, be down here. Then I think the rest of us can climb. It depends on the numbers. So, the first batch, members of council and council committees only. So if the space is enough, I think you can join us here. So Dr. Sapo and the others, Mr. Clifford Metal. I think there are some spaces on the left side. So madam, if you can move to that side for balance. The minister is in the middle. So that's the first group. So this is council. You take this one now. So they should take this one first. The next group will be with the panelists. And so this is for members of council and council committees. Once this is done, we'll say a big thank you. Panelists include Dr. Humphrey Imdake, President AGI, Dr. Stefan Wole, CEO of Imponto Technologies, Sina Kamagate from GCB. Thank you, council members. Minister, please remain. Minister, please don't go. And Ismail, please don't go. Thank you. Robert Jato, stay. So, panel members, Mr. Ismail Adams, Mr. Philip Chum, Mr. John Ewua, Doris Yag Ahiati, please wait. Doris joined the panel. She's a panel member as well. Doris, join. Please join before we, yes. So, that's the second group picture. There's just 2 more. Please bear with us. Yes, yeah, please join. There's 2 more. Minister with fellows and senior members. So thank you, panel members. You may take your seat. Minister, please remain. Fellows and senior members. So if FCIB accompanies your name, senior members know themselves. Senior members, you may have to climb. Some of you may have to climb. Yes, President, don't go anywhere. So President, Minister, and BSD, you are staying for all pictures. Fellows and senior members. Fellows, I think some of us can come up. Fellows and senior members. This is the third picture. The last one will be for the associates, all ACIBs. That will be the last one. So all fellows and senior members, this is your round. Are we done? Okay, Mr. Clifford Metal, please join. Cameraman, please hurry up. So this is fellows and senior members. The last one will be the associates or ACIBs. On the occasion of the 29th Ethical Banking Summit. Thank you very much, all fellows and senior members. Final group, President remain, Minister remain, all ACIBs, all associates. This is the final group. All ACIBs. All associates. Thank you. All associates. All associates. Some of you may climb. Some of you may come up. All associates. All associates may come up. The cultural troupe, get ready for another quick performance after the photos as we prepare for our second presentation. So if you're an associate of the institute, please come up for a photo. Shebre Musical Group, please get ready for a performance in this break before the next panel. So this is the last group photograph for all associates of the institute. So we would like to say a big thank you to all associates for... All right. I thought we are done. Okay. All right. Thank you very much, associates. Please resume your seats. Thank you very much, Minister. Thank you very much. As we said, we have 2 presentations and 2 panels. The first presentation was on the future of banking. We're going to have a presentation on digital innovation for future-ready banking. Digital innovation for future-ready banking. And I'd like to bring up the CEO and founder of Impuntu Technologies, Dr. Stefan Nwole, to bring us those insights. Please put your hands together for Dr. Stefan Nwole. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Bernard. I would like to stand on all protocols, and I would start my presentation. So I'll just go straight to the point. I'm a teacher in Ashesi University, so what I do is that instead of spending the whole 1.5 hours, I try to spend 30 minutes, so my students really love me. So I'll try as much as possible to make my... Yeah. So this is our company, Impuntu Technologies. So we want to be able to give a brief history of what we do to understand how we have been intentional in providing digital technology for the ecosystem. What we have tried to do at Impuntu Technology is to ensure that most of the investment that is needed for organizations to adapt, we have done those investments. So over the past 4 years, we spent close to $9 million to ensure that we prepare organizations, especially on the micro and the small the businesses, to adapt. We are saying that technology should not be a barrier for adoption, because most of the time you have to buy a lot of systems from India, from China, and other organizations. So we have prepared ourselves for that. So this is where we are situated. We are situated in Chado. So we are also representing the African brand. And we were intentional in building our office because we looked at it from the Kente weaving. So we wanted to be able to demonstrate the African context. That's what we've done. So we are also ISO certified and all that. So we are located in England, Nigeria, and other jurisdictions. Over the past 9 years, we have served these clients. This is how we have transformed various organizations. So we have GEA, we have Hollard, we have CHR, which today they are utilizing a lot of the power of artificial intelligence in most of the organization. I'll be happy to also introduce AI here. So public sector, that's what we've done. And we are also happy to have worked with Ministry of Education some years back to ensure how do we bring AI into the organization and international organizations. So today, if you want a visa to UK, there's a likelihood that it would pass through my AI platform to whether I give you a visa or not. So that's what we've been doing over the past years. How have we been doing that? So also in Liberia, just like the Ghana.gov, in Liberia, we have done the Liberia.gov, making sure that we collect revenue for the Liberian government and other organizations. So going straight to my presentation, we are looking at disruption. And it is important to understand that most of the time, the Ghanaian market, we only hear and listen, and we are excited about what we hear. There's a lot of disruption, but how do we actualize all these things? And I pray that after my talk here, we would also try to be intentional about what we are hearing. This is how it starts. So digital transformation is one of the initial disruption. When you look at most organizations, we have the banks. Let's take the banks, for example, because we are in CIB. It was brick and mortar. That's how operations were starting. So when I was working at MTN some 20 years ago, anytime at the end of the month, I will just go at lunchtime to the bank. I'll join a long queue, and I would wait to write my account number on a piece of paper just to see if my salary has hit my account. That was the process. I get disappointed when I realize that my salary hasn't been paid. I walk back to the office and wait for another time. I'll be hearing salary has come. Some people will be happy because they've gone to the bank. I'll walk back to the bank again, and I'll just join the queue. After 20 minutes, I'll write my bank account on a piece of paper, give it to the teller, and they'll write that 0.45. That's the balance in my bank account. So still salary hasn't hit my account. And I get disappointed, wait for the next day, till I check and I realize that the money has hit my account. It was one of the first disruption, SMS. So banks who adapted giving notification to people that salary has hit. It was a very good transformation that had happened to all of us. So most banks who are taking the power of utilizing notification got a lot of clients moving. So we started moving to other banks because we had this kind of technology. So those banks who delayed lost on that. So that was the story of my SMS. So that's one of the digital disruption. Today we have a lot of Gen Zs. What kind of clients are you serving? A lot of people on TikTok, and Instagram, and all that. How do we make sure that we take advantage of these things? It is important to ensure that you are aware of the kind of person that you are dealing with. Like I said in my classroom, the attention span of most of the students is like 20 to 30 minutes. So I've realized that I don't need to teach 1.5 hours. I spend 30 minutes or 1 hour. Yesterday I did 1 hour, 10 minutes. One student approached me that, you told us you were going to spend 1 hour, but you've gone past that. What has changed? How are banks adapting to these new Gen Zs that we have? So, in adapting technology, it comes at a cost. So like I said, what we have done at Impuntu was to be intentional. So some 9 years ago, we decided to build a technology called a large language model that most people are utilizing today. And we hear the likes of ChatGPT. How many of you know ChatGPT? But are you aware that we at Impuntu, we launched our own model before ChatGPT? We were there. That was my PhD work. So we launched a large language model called Snowly, which was my name, Stefanuole. And today it's online. And it has been trained to understand the context. So our religious nuances, our cultural nuances. So for example, if you say, I am coming, you see the person going, yet you are seeing the person that I'm coming. How do those models understand that? And we have been intentional. So we have the likes of Donald Trump calling OpenAI, calling DeepSeek, calling all those ones, because they want to promote theirs. So what we have done is to build this model so that government would identify us and say that, look, this is a model that we can use. We've invested in that particular model. How have we utilized it in various banks? So there are a number of banks that we have used our model to integrate into their system, because we told them that, look, a time will come, how do you get $1 or a CD out of the clients that you have? Most banks are not able to tell that. So we have helped some banks to do that. We have helped banks to identify who should I give money to. Like the Honorable Minister said, make sure you invest on your risk level. How do you build a technology that understands this person, both on social media or within the bank system? So our model is able to identify when somebody has money, it checks on their social media to see the kind of watch he's wearing, the kind of dress he or she is wearing, to know whether this person is credit worthy or not. These are models that we have built locally to be able to do that. It is important that most financial institutions would use this local context. If you use tools like ChatGPT or Claude and all those, it doesn't understand our local context. We have spent time to train the model to do that. Whilst this disruption is happening, we are saying that do this at no cost, or maybe at a cost that it is relatively cheaper to be able to adopt. If you do not do this, obviously you would have a problem. Now, whilst all these things are happening, digital transformation is happening, the area of cybersecurity is a problem. Now, because you have come online, a lot of threats are happening. A lot of financial institutions are losing money every day. How do we ensure that we are protecting ourselves? How do you build system by security or by design or by default? How do you build the system? It is important that we inculcate that on our board level, or maybe at our committee level, or even at design level. When you are contacting a system developer to do something, are they complying? Are they having ISO certifications and all that? If you do not look at this, you would be disrupted. Now, we will go to open banking. Today, a customer who sits in a bank A would want to be able to access financial benefit from bank B because the interest rate has gone down for some time. And because you want to be able to access that financial benefit, maybe it's one bank is at 20%, another bank is at maybe 16%. You've been transacting in bank A for like 5 years or 6 years, earning good revenue. Now you heard that the bank B is giving at 16%. You want to benefit from the services or the product from bank B. You move to bank B says that because I do not know you, for the next 3 or 4 months, please save with me, then we'll give you the money. The time value of money is lost. So by the time you would have gotten the money, the project that you would have, the price had gone up, or maybe you might have lost the opportunity. Open banking has come to resolve that. So it says that the user, the client, would have to give consent to Bank B from Bank A to ensure that all the transactions that you might have performed in Bank A, decision can be taken with those kind of data. It has come to stay. Bank of Ghana is working on that, and we are glad to say that we are also in the middle to make sure that these things work. It's something that you must adapt. Others, big banks, are a bit worried because they feel that they have spent so much money to invest. But whether you like it or not, it has come to stay. If you do not take advantage of that, you would be lost. How did open banking start in a miniaturized version? A company like MTN, who started their mobile money, some years back, I used to work in MTN. When the mobile money started, they were even giving us money to give to our girlfriends so that we can send mobile money to them to be able to ensure that we are intentional. They will give us money to give to my mother. It was an intentional process to ensure that mobile money usage would go up. The banks waited, and today when they were big, they have created a miniaturized version of open banking. So they have a lot of data about people, where you stay, about what you do, about how you are using your services, how you are paying your electricity bill. The network operators have all these data. Today, banks come to them, pay some money to ensure that how do I take advantage of your data to be able to lend money to others. It is a miniaturized version of open banking. It is important that we are glad to hear that the Bank of Ghana is now going to that angle. It is important for banks to adapt. If you do not do that now, you'll be found wanting. How are you prepared? For you to be able to go to open banking, your technology must be available. If you do not start investing in this kind of technology by API system, you'll be found wanting. That's the area of open banking. In the area of AI and automation, it is important to adapt. Everybody, I have predicted 3 years ago that in the next 5 years, AI is going to die. That's my prediction. And what do I mean by AI is going to die? No one gets up today and is excited about, I have innovated on internet. Internet was the first innovation that transformed the world. You don't come and say that I have built an application that works on the internet. It is inherent in everything that we do. You have a mobile app, it's built on the internet. So I've said it 3 years ago, so in 2 years' time, what we'll start hearing is that nobody will call himself an AI company. You would say that it's your system AI native. So it's going to be part and parcel of us. And I'm the chairman of ICT in the Association of Ghana Industry. My president is here. Fourth Industrial Revolution. It says that the application of robotics or AI in manufacturing. So it was built for our industry. And today we have moved to the fifth industrial revolution. And to the fifth industrial revolution, we are saying that it is a collaborative effort between human and AI. So if we do not adapt this today, tomorrow you'll be found wanting. So it's important for us to be able to make these adaptations. Lastly on my slide, I'll talk about blockchain. Today, globally, we have over $7 trillion in terms of remittance. And how are they passing? Because they are going through stablecoin, the crypto we are talking about. They are going there because of speed, cost, and reliability. If you look at the traditional transfer, up to 6.2% of every transaction that I'm making, I'm sending, it's a lot of percentage to be able to bear the cost on. But and it's going to take between 1 to 5 days before the money will be given to the other person. With stablecoin or with crypto, what it says is that you are going to settle these ones with less than 1% of the cost, almost near instant. So I can give you money right now, you almost receive it at less than 1%. Why wouldn't we want to be able to move money there? Think about it. You've been paying for your Netflix, you've been paying for your Apple and all the Apple Play and all this one, Spotify. How is the money being transferred? Have you thought about it? Is it going through the bank and all those kind? It is important to know that. How do we take advantage of these? I'm coming to Ghana now. In terms of the shift in Ghana, the cross-border finance, 2023, over 4.7 billion passed through remittance. Look at what happens in terms of the stablecoin crypto. Between like 12 months or 13 months, $9 billion were being transacted. This is in Ghana, and it's not passing through the banks. This is real stuff that is going on. How are the banks prepared? How are they ready to be able to adapt to this? If you do not take time, by the time you realize, now that with the new regulation that is passing, if banks are not ready, prepared for this, they will be disrupted. So it's important to know that. And it's growing by 40% year on year. Today I'll be in Singapore discussing issues of such form, about how to be able to make sure that stable coin will be adapted in various economies. The American economy has passed the Genius Act. If we do not take time, by 2027, we will be out of business if we do not adapt to this. And fintechs like us are taking advantage of all this. How do we collaborate to make sure that we do not lose in the market? So basically, these are a few reports. We at Impuntu, what we have done, I will not bore you with some of the things. We are saying that we have provided solution together with other organizations. We have built solutions, for example, with CHRM. You do not go and have an interview. You are being interviewed by a robot. So for example, in my organization, I don't remember the last time I have interviewed someone to get a job. You are being interviewed by a robot, so that the last conversation, to take the culture of the organizations, the values of the organizations, and what you believe in, we upload it onto the model that we call Snowly. You put a camera on, it trains you, it interviews you based on their respect, if it's an accounting, if it is HR, if it's anything. It interviews you and gives you a report based on the training model that we have given. And it will give you a recommendation whether you are fit for the organization or you need training for all that one. That is what we have built. So CHRM has adapted that, and they're also utilizing in other training. We built a digital platform that allows them to be able to learn, right? So that's what we've done. We've also looked at customer personalization. How do you, as a manager, know the customers that you are serving? How do you build a data lake? So we've taken our time to build, for some banks, we've built a lot of data lake, putting all sources of data together in one place, and now you use natural language. So I can ask, yesterday what happened in our organization is that we needed to fund our business for the next 5 years, but we did not have the money to invest. So I went to ask my own AI model, and it went into my system, my finance, my HR, all the process, the ERP processes. Then I asked it, give me how next year is going to look like, knowing that I do not have this amount of money. And it prescribed, it drew charts, did everything for me. This is our own AI model. If you had used any other model, what you would have done is that you would have picked your records or your files and uploaded it and look at where your data is going. Somebody would have seen your data. What our model does is that you can localize this model where it doesn't have to come to us in terms of data privacy, governance, and all those kind of things. We've built this model, which we can all benefit from. We have WhatsApp agents. So a lot of businesses want to be able to connect and have interactions. So you come to what we've done for some of the financial institutions, that we have scraped all your website or all information that you have, and you're on WhatsApp. You just go there, within 5 minutes, it trains all the model. Then you don't need to be able to use any other channel. When you come to WhatsApp and you begin to chat with it, it personalizes the information 24/7. You're able to respond. It's able to respond to all the information that you have. These are models that we have done. We've also had the opportunity to work with Bank of Ghana, Akushika last year. They had an AI model that they were trying to build, and we powered that system. It was our organization that did that. So their CRM and all their customer experience conversations are passing through our platform and all that. So that's one of the things that we've done. We've also built a system, and this system, it was innovated by Bernard Avle. It's called a meeting app. So he came to our office one time and he asked us, can we have a system, an AI model, that whilst we are having a conversation, it listens to all those ones, understands our tone, understands our words. So if you say you are called Botwe, it knows how to spell it. How do we have something so that it understands those contexts? So within few days, we built that model for that, so that in meetings, it can listen to all of that and give a summary for all the conversation. So thank you very much for that idea. I want to end here.
I thought you were going to say that you owe me some money and you are going to pay. You see the media people, when the politician finished talking, they came to collect their mics and they've gone home. Haruna. Yes, please. Thank you, sir. So, Minister is on his way. So, a lot of interesting things going on there. Luckily for us, he's on a panel. So, he will get to elaborate on some of the things he said. Stefan, you know, even normal Ghana cedi, we don't have some. So this stable coin and things, how do we get some? That's my question for you. Very powerful indeed. So we're going to have two panels. Now, the first panel discussion flows from the first two presentations, all right? So the banking sector is facing a lot of issues. Technology is changing things very quickly. Regulatory reforms. Customers are changing their expectations, Gen Z. And all these things happening at the same time. So we're bringing together a selection of people with various perspectives. Some of the questions the panel will answer will be, how can the banks design sustainable revenue models in the face of this disruption? All right. What are some of the emerging opportunities for growth, including digital business models for the future? All right. And what must banks do today to secure their business model to be competitive in the future? Who are our panel members? In no particular order, I will mention the name of the panel members and I'll bring up the moderator. So Dr. Humphrey Yimdaka is the president of AGI. He will be accompanied by the man who just finished speaking, Dr. Stefan Nwole, who's the CEO of Mpuntu, but also the technology lead for AGI. So basically, they are relatives. Please come up, put your hands together for them. And then Sina is a banker, is a fellow of the Institute, head of executive retail banking, GCB. And then Robert Jato, who is going to see of the minister. And so where is the moderator going to sit? Why don't you move it to the, is this the TV stage test set or something? Let them sit in front of the thing. Or is the camera not going to work? Move the thing together. We are not in COVID times. Abena, what's he saying? You have to come and take over. So, I'm very happy to announce that your moderator, won't you give the moderator a chair? Or you want her to stand for her punishment? So Humphrey, Stefan, and then Sima and Robert. So we need another chair for the moderator. You see what they do? Moderator, don't give you chair. When the politician finishes speaking, they'll collect all the mic and go. As if he's the only person who has something sensible to say. Including my reporter. Look at this beautiful presentation. Instead of doing a story on it, you all go and quote the minister and then you say the country is not changing. How can you do that? I mean, the thing the guy said, even the minister was writing. Meanwhile, they collect the mic where they go house. They go chase them for headlines. You need to pray for journalists. What I'm saying, is it wrong? Is he the only sensible person here? But they've closed the program. Wait for the news tomorrow morning. The Minister of Education has said that. That's all. Meanwhile, President spoke. They don't write anything. Meanwhile, the minister admitted that they themselves, they caused some of the problems. Where are the journalists? They've been left. So, Robert is out, but where is Abena? Yes, Abena. So, Abena is an ACIB, and she's a banker in whom we are well pleased. Let's welcome her with a round of applause to take over the hostilities. Abena, good luck to you. Is your mic working? I hope it's working.
Right, yes.
Clifford, do you have a mic? You can use mine. They want to mic you. Okay. All right, Abena, you do testing mic 1 2 1 2.
Hello. Yes.
Is it on, guys?
It is on.
Yes, Abena can hear you. Humphrey, say something. Okay.
Hello.
Humphrey, you're on. Stefan, say something. Stefan is not on yet.
Hello.
It's coming.
Hello.
Sima, say something.
Hi.
Sima is on.
Yeah.
So it's just left with Stefan.
Hello. Hello.
Is what? Sina. My hometown, we can't mention N. So it's Sima. Forgive me. Sina. So where's my chair?
I think we'll give a few minutes waiting for Mr. Jato whilst he sends on the minister. He's quite integral to the panel. But whilst we wait for him, Bernard, you did mention that you have some challenges with the colors of the institute. And you are well informed.
I'm not. Okay.
No. And I'm there on the wall.
Okay.
That when we were deciding, or the institute in the 70s, we're deciding the colors. Please, I'm the moderator.
Reincarnated Abena.
Yes. So what really happened then? I was on the wall then. And in actual fact, it wasn't Prempe. It was not Wesley Girls. It was Ebri Girls. It was Ebri Girls that attended the function, and the vote was to use the Ebri Girls colors. Yes, and later on, of course, in women association members, we added on the Wesley Girls. So you see, as a Presecan, you cannot and must not hate the colors of the CIB. So the colors are for Ebri Girls and Wesley Girls, and definitely not Prempe. All protocols observed for Prempe College. Okay, I think we'll give a few minutes waiting for Mr. Jato.
Hello?
Okay. So, all protocols observed again.
Hello?
We have a wonderful panel, and before we start, we'd like to say thank you for the opportunity to have us up here. It's a privilege that we don't take lightly. I have with me Mr. Sina Kagamate. I hope I mentioned that right.
Yeah, on this like this, I forgive people anyhow they pronounce the name.
And thank you. I'd like to ask you the first question, if you don't mind. I don't envy your day job, being an executive director of a big institution like GCB, and which I believe all of us have emotional shareholdings or shares in such a company. We all have one relative or the other who seems to have an account with GCB. And the question for you, being an executive director with GCB, is that how do you practically, as we've talked about ethics, leadership, sustainable finance, how do you practically balance leading ethically with the short-term pressure we have of making a profit for shareholders? And by shareholders, we mean all of us, knowing that we are emotional stakeholders in this particular financial institution.
Well, let me say that conversations around ethics can be a bit funny, because a lot of the time, those who preach what ethics is, given the opportunity, may find themselves in other side of the conversation. Having said that, I think one thing we learned in banking was that our job is about keeping fiduciary relationship. And for every fiduciary relationship, trust becomes the currency. And so if you find yourself in an institution, even at the teller level, that becomes the currency you trade with on a daily basis. Now, if you are lucky to get to the top, then automatically you are supposed to be the champion of that very important currency. Now, when we talk of ethics, three things come to mind. The standard, because for us to even talk about ethics means that we are measuring against something, and that becomes a standard. And how your reaction or your behavior is as far as that standard is concerned. And more importantly, how that impacts on a third party. The third party, the key in that third party is the person you don't know. Without consequence, there's no conversation around ethics. And so I'm saying that as leaders of banks, we have actually no options than to live by the requirement. And that's why even before you get into key management position, Bank of Ghana would have to take you through the fit and proper persons processes. You need to pass that, and in that test, that is when you would understand what ethics means. It can be as rigorous as going back to Ismail is here, going back to your basic school to find how you even started your life. And so to colleagues online and those who are here, if you have any ambitions of getting to the top, then you should mind how you live your life now. Because look, how many of us here declare our salaries to our spouses? But you walk into the banking hall and freely tell the teller or the personal banker in front of you how much you take, how much you think you can take the next year, just for purposes of customer due diligence. For me, that is trust, and we cannot downplay it. So leaders have no options than to live up to the trust currency.
Thank you very much. That was good answer. I think Minister also mentioned that we don't have a choice as bankers. But what I'm not sure about is whether the laughter I heard when you mentioned provide financial information to our spouses. I wasn't sure whether the laughter was men, women. I'll find out. Ethics, leadership, sustainability are closely and forever linked. Mr. Jato, your previous role as a financial management consultant and your present role as CEO of the CIB, you have a lot of inputs into this topic. Where do you see the greatest in ethical behavior across the banking industry? And let me even expand that not into just banking industry, but into the financial sector. And how is CIB helping address the gap beyond the presentation that was given? How are we addressing this particular gap?
Sure, thank you very much. So think about financial sector as resting on three legs, right? There is what we call the regulator, which is Bank of Ghana. Then there is what you call the operator, which is GAB, all the banks. There's what we call the educator. And the three must align to ensure that the ethical future and the sustainability of the financial sector is assured. I say that because if you go back to the 2008 global financial crisis, in particular markets like the UK, there was the regulator called the Financial Services Authority, and then there was the Bank of England, then there were other regulators. There's something called regulatory arbitrage. Someone thinks that someone is doing something about it, and no one is doing something about it. So you then find a situation where there are people behaving in particular ways that nobody is watching. And for us, that's where the gap is. In this market, we find that, of course, the central bank is regulating banks. The conduct side, which is the people side, it's almost like lacking in terms of the number of chartered bankers. I don't know of any audit firm where there are no, there's no insistence on a certain minimum qualification before you become that audit. You can't sign account in Ghana, for example, if you don't have a certain qualification. Imagine you go to a hospital and there are two doctors sitting there. One has a certain qualification, but not medicine related. The other has medical qualification, training, certified, and most importantly, maintains some CPD requirement. Which of these doctors would you like to subject yourself to for any medical support? So if you think about that, truth is that how can we have, and if you look at the percentages in terms of number of chartered bankers in this market, you find that there's significant, less than 12%. So the 88% of people working in our industry, that is very much based on trust, which is the currency. How do we address that? So are we therefore surprised about the fraud, the Bank of Ghana fraud report, which the head of BSD talked about? So there are gaps. There are gaps in terms of the regulatory, arbitrage, if you like, but also the competence and the character side of things. But that, for us, is where Chartered Institute of Bankers Ghana comes in. And in terms of how are we helping, we've launched a number of programs. The Ethics 2.0, which has been launched today, is precisely designed to address that, and we've done that in collaboration with Bank of Ghana and Ghana Association of Banks. We've also taken the view that, and thankfully we have regulatory alignment on this, which is that over the next 5 years, you must be a chartered banker to work in the industry at a certain level. And not just that, the qualification is one thing, maintaining the currency of that qualification, which means that you must continuously have CPD requirements. You have to attend programs like this to know what is the next thing to prepare for. because otherwise we get disrupted. And as Dr. Ngule showed us, there's significant skills gap, last year or 2 years ago, we spoke with a number of banks CEOs to say, where are your current skills gap? And what are the future skills gap that, and a lot of them told us being technically sound, but also having the ethical, the empathy, the heart, and the leadership. Those are key skills that are required. And then, of course, the digital side. That's why Chartered Institute of Bankers, we launched the Digital Academy. We've launched the Executive Chartered Banker Program. Now, think about it this way. People come from level 1, level 2, level 3 to do the ACIB program, right? If you think about someone in key management positions, they come and do level 1, level 2, level 3, they won't. And some have told me they don't have the time to. So our approach is, if there was no traffic light and drivers have sped through, you cannot possibly ask them to come back. And then now that you've put a traffic light there, so our approach is to catch up with those in key management positions, which is why we have the Chartered Banker for Executive Leadership. The branch CEO is an accelerated program. So, of course, you still have to satisfy the requirement in all the curriculum, right? But it's an accelerated program. We have ESG, we have Digital Academy. And for me, maybe the last bit I'll say is this. See, if you have a good conscience man who wakes up on a Sunday morning and tells himself that he will not do anything bad, and he walks out of his house but jump into a car that he cannot drive, he's not competent to drive, he'll kill himself and kill other people. So beyond good conscience is competence. But assuming that he can drive and he has good conscience, but there are no traffic lights, what will happen? No regulation. And what if there are traffic lights? He can drive, he has good conscience, but there are no consequences. He can kill people and get away with it. Then we'll have more crisis. And that's why for us, the character is important, competence is important, conduct is important, which is a regulation, but consequence must apply as well. And that's where we need to enforce. And I think that's one area where there's a gap in this market.
Thank you. I like the word consequence, being a compliance person myself. I'll come to you, Mr. Humphrey Dake. Most of us have had the opportunity to listen to you on several forums, and you have largely been quite kind to banks and the financial sector. And you have also, in other forums, confirmed the interdependence of the financial sector and industry. The question I have for you is, as the top rep of industry today here, help us understand what kind of ethical leadership do industries actually expect from banks and financial institutions, especially when it comes to credit delivery, when it comes to pricing transparency and customer experience? It is loaded.
Well, ethical banking fosters ethical relationship. Okay, hello? Okay. Ethical banking fosters ethical relationship and not transactions engagement. To the manufacturer or to a business person, the relationship that I have just described becomes a bedrock of receptive engagement between the bank and the business. Once that is well positioned, advisory services from the banks are well received, support services are welcomed, transparency are upheld, customer satisfaction is derived out of it as a result of feedback mechanism. However, from the business perspective, one will cause for a drill into the governing structure and the risk management of banks, where one could assess credit. My research tells me within your banking ecosystem, you have what we call the Basel III, Pillar 2, that gives underpinnings of how a governing structure should be formulated and operated.
the first question is the regulator to find out whether the banks are adhering to Basel III Pillar 2. Proceeding on that tangent on governance and on risk management, it does says you formulate committees and you also put up frameworks of engagement. Historically, one would say we are in a politically dominant business environment. Credit assessments, are they purely based on Basel III Pillar 2 or relationship of a risk profile that do not match the committee's report? And in history, you could see that most of the non-performing loans that have become toxic to the environment largely are proof not necessarily on the merits of the risk assessment which forms under this Basel III Pillar 2 that I've just described. So if your ethics that you seek to deploy are being tested as a result of the outcomes of a number of credits, as you asked, that are non-performing, you ask yourself, did the committee under the said Basel and Pillar 2 operate appropriately? And did they deliver per the merit or the risk profiling of these customers? And it's a challenge. And then we see the non-performing loans at staggering positions. When you drill further, you see the third-party issues that happen in recent times. And the question is, when the third-party engagement, when bankers themselves were dipping their hands into the kitty, which profiles were you using? Which ethics standards were you deploying? So when the businessman looks at it, and then today, the formula that goes to test credit, largely non-performing loan is one of them. So if you recall that you gave out a 10 million and it's not coming forth, that is contributing to non-performing loans. And the black ink spreads across all SMEs, become the very first one to be attacked, that they are not compliant. So ethics, I'm stretching it so as it comes to your table. So if you are not fulfilling the rules of Basel III Pillar 2, that is one concern. I drive it further to transparency and pricing, and I bring to your table Basel III. Pillar 3, correct? Thanks for that. When you go in further, the narrative in there also exposes. It does say your pricing formula should be well known to your customers and the various cost elements, knowing very well that until recently, the policy rate has always been high. So if the policy rate is high, the impact on the businesses are significant. And therefore, if you are not transparent in engaging ethically, most of the business are being stabbed at the back. And the pricing formula and the various cost elements become deterrent to the growth of our businesses. So on the ethic front, I've just given two examples, underpinning it with your own laws and your own rules. And my prayer is that the regulator will put an eye on the formation of these various committees by the rules of engagement of your institution. And if that is the case, the output should be better than what we are saying. Thank you.
I think that Mr. Dake has said a lot to us as bankers, and the fact that we are to comply ourselves with our own regulations, and taking into consideration that the regulator has recently deployed a new directive talking about the NPL rates and what the expectation is for us in some coming year or so. Your presentation is well received. Thank you. I will go to Mr. Stefan Nolly. Your presentation on AI and the advantages therein was quite insightful for us. And when we take into consideration that PwC recently developed a report that said that CEOs of banks, about 68%, reported that they have involved AI in their activity within the last year, your presentation becomes even more pertinent for us. Beyond that, how can banks, we want free information as banks. How can we use data responsibly, balancing customer analytics, the AI, and privacy to build trust and remain compliant with ethical standards?
Yeah, thank you very much. So the whole issue about AI and ethics is about what decision did you take in arriving at this? How do you explain? So the concept of explainability come to bear. So if you have used an AI algorithm to give out a loan, what was the process? How did you arrive by this? So if you scored me a certain kind of value, how did you arrive by this? So there are a lot of companies who have come, and there are many more, but I want to focus only on explainability. A lot of companies have come around and said, okay, I have a scoring algorithm, I have a model, I have a statistical model that allows us to do all these things. How did it arrive? And when you ask those questions, the next thing is a black box. And so ethics demands that you should be able to go through the whole process. It's just like the process of research. So if you go out and you say, okay, I have this research that I've done, your methodology should be shown to everyone so that I should be able to reproduce this outcome if I go through those whole processes. So I think that whilst we are utilizing models to be able to give credit scoring or to take certain kind of decisions, we should ask the data analytics team to give us the processes that we went through so that in the event there is something, we can now explain to everyone as to how to do that one. So yes, we will want to be able to use things free and do everything the way we want, but there are processes in terms of ethics that should go in place. So explainability is one of the most important things. Practically in our organization, if you are hired and an AI give you give you that recommendation, you should be explained how you arrived by this model, and that's what I'm talking about. Thank you.
Thank you. What I'm getting from you is that governance is really important in AI and machine learning processes. Thank you. I think my colleague Banks, please take that home with you. As a follow-up question to you, Mr. Nole, if you forgive me for coming back to you, what really keeps you up at night when we talk about technological disruptions? What would you say would be the top 2 to 3 technological disruptions that banks or financial institutions must prepare for within the next 5 years? You mentioned in your presentation that in the next 5 years, you don't even expect us to be talking about AI. And that blew some of us off because, today everything is talking AI. We are wondering, what are we going to be talking about in 5 years as banking financial professionals?
So I think 2 things I would say, like you said, open banking has come to stay. So we should prepare ourselves, and we should make sure that we have the infrastructure to be able to jump into that. Open banking is one of the main things. And crypto is the next thing to go. So whether we like it or not, we are going to transact. So, and it's also a bit difficult for the banks to regulate that space in as much as they are trying to put some framework to do all that. Because business people would want to be able to trade among themselves, and they want it now. So if they want certain things, just like WhatsApp, we want to be able to share something very quickly. So as by and large, we are going to that space. These are the 2 areas where we have to continue to learn, to try to understand how we are going to transact. So open banking is one of the things that I feel is going to be there, and crypto conversations are the next thing.
Thank you. Colleagues, this is Free Apple. Mr. Sinakamagati, how is customer behavior changing in Ghana? Really from the retail perspective that you manage. And what does this mean for the future of the retail banking model?
This is like somebody's thesis. Customer behavior is changing by the value they trade. There's a popular saying in CIB circles that he who solves the customer's problem gets the customer's money. So the customer's behavior is following the pattern of their money. And for us as bankers, that is the biggest thing we are grappling with now. I don't like to say AI, because if you say AI, it makes it look abstract. I like to say artificial intelligence. so that the qualification of the intelligence becomes clear. That there is a certain level of intelligence, but it is what? Artificial. That tells you that there is a superior level of intelligence that must come to bear. The IT guys like to say AI. Now, in the retail space, as always, customers ask for basic things: convenience, reliability, security. Now, convenience is in the hands of the customer now. And so, I don't think the future is actually in the future. The future is now. For us as bankers, we do not have to wait for somebody to tell us what the future would look like. We should actually create the future and walk into the future. And that is where our investment in digital transformation becomes very key. Today, if you are sitting and expecting your retail customer to walk into the banking hall for their transaction, I don't know which retail customers you are waiting for, but of course there's a certain cohort of our customers, the baby boomers. Most of them I see around here and I'll tackle that segment of our retail customers, and that's our senior colleagues. For somebody like Mr. Opon, for somebody like Mr. Francis Ozue Champon, they look up to the day when pension will be credited. Perhaps they will circle back in the banking halls that they always visit and catch up. For some of them, they need the human touch. And so we need to preserve that for them. So even as we innovate, we need to repurpose our brick and mortar branches and make sure that we are turning them into advisory centers and also avail them for our baby boomers to meet one another. You should come to our Liberty House branch in Kantamanto on pension days and just pitch camp and see the relationship. We have a whole area for pensioners. They come there and it's fanfare. Oh yes. And so as we transform digitally to our baby boomers, convenience means coming on a pension day and have their pep talk. But to your Gen Z, what is convenience? And I have these jokes I create. I mean, when I had my first daughter about 12 years ago, anytime she cried, I would tell my wife, just breastfeed her and she'll keep quiet. I mean, 10 years down the line, I have another daughter. If she cries, the only way to keep her shut is to give her a phone. And so we are moving into mobile first. So if you are serving the current Gen Zs and even the millennials, and you are not solutioning through phones, you are sitting in the dark and frowning. You are the only one who knows what you are doing. And so convenience now means what can you put on the phone for your customers. And that's why you find that GCB has led the fintechs into allowing salaried customers of GCB pay themselves any day of the month. We have a digital salary advance, which is on your mobile app. You can draw up to 80% of your salary to the extent that you route your salary through GCB. The fintechs didn't unlock it. We went ahead of them. And so we have created that future ahead of the fintechs. The next day, you are bringing a solution and you really want to solve, put it on the either mobile app or your USSD, what we call short code. So digital, reliability. I mean, the story is told of a Fulani man who walks past a banking branch and sees people withdrawing from the ATM, quickly runs into the banking hall, withdraw the money from his account, and says if he doesn't guard his money, the people will withdraw everything through the ATM. So, this is to tell you that security and trust is key. So, you can do the mobile app, you can do the USSD, but if you cannot put security around it, when people are losing money through smishing, when people are losing money through phishing, when people are losing money through phishing, it becomes a problem. And so, in future, security is going to be key. We'll go into the stablecoin conversation, but the point is that Bernard mentioned a point that even the Ghana cedi, we don't have. How much more the virtual currency? So as we move into virtual currency, people are going to ask valid questions around how do I trace my money? Do I have to rely on some distributed ledger systems that are sitting in Russia to tell me that the money I have, my stable coin or my Bitcoin, is worth 10 tubers of yam? Because in Ghana, we are value of our money in the tubers of yam it can buy for you. So how do we do that relativity? And then more importantly is the speed. If I want it, I must get it. The retail customer doesn't have time to say your network is buffering. And so as we digitalize, we should make sure we are making the right investment into internet connectivity. We are making the right investment into the operations of security operations centers so that we can achieve that. And that is where our regulators would have to come in strongly for us. So the future is what we create today. And I'm saying that bankers are creating the future we want to live tomorrow. Thank you.
We see why he's the executive director of retail for our emotional owned bank, GCB. Mr. Jato, looking ahead, what are the major trends or the mega trends, if we'll say, that will redefine the financial model, business model, and operating models of banks from the perspective of the CI?
Well, so a number of things. Technology has been spoken about extensively. I won't spend time on that. Customer is now very disruptive. And like I said before, the expectation of that customer will be a moving target. So that's a trend we need to pay attention to. I think a different form of capital will be required. So if you think about banks, we need maybe capital as defined from Basel I, Basel II, Basel III perspective. There is also the economic capital, depending on the risk that you are assuming, or your strategy. But I think the human capital will be very key. That's something that we need to pay attention to, and we can't overemphasize that. I think what we are used to, and Senat touched on that in terms of convenience, that convenience is being redefined depending on which generation. So if you take the population of Ghana, you find that the bulk of the population now sits within the Gen Z, Gen Y, and digital natives. They represent not just the present, but also the future, and we need to pay attention to that. I think economic discontinuities will be very key. What happens in the White House will have significant implications for those of us here. I'm told that when two elephants fight, it's the grass that suffers. What happens between China and US will have significant implications. Of course, we are enjoying some stability of our currency and appreciation at the moment, but that's a space to watch as well in terms of what happens globally and what that will mean for us. Crypto has been spoken about, and it's a bit scary to think about a time when, assuming 50% of our money or transactions are denominated in crypto. What would that mean for monetary policy? i.e., you are regulating fiat money, but you don't see the bulk of the transaction. Imagine there's a guy sitting in Abosokai ordering something from China and pays using crypto. The bank won't see the fee income from that. So that would mean the revenue model would also be. So those are key things. Bank business models, operating models, revenue models will be shifting customer expectations and demographic, technology, crypto, monetary policy, what happens globally. Those are key mega trends that we need to pay attention to.
Mr. Dake, let me come to you on a question I've been meaning to find out from industry. When it comes to the AFCTFA, say that Ghanaian industries want to have a competitive advantage within the region. From the perspective of the industrial sector, what must banks change in their business models, reference to what Mr. Jato just talked about, to support large-scale manufacturing, exports, and supply chains within the industrial sector?
What should bank change?
What should bank change within the business models that we have here, existing today? Yeah.
I guess we need to contextualize this first within the current macro stability. However, you still have a reflection. We should contextualize it first in the existing current macro stability. However, have a reflection of history. Because once upon a time, we had an element of this stability attained. But what is exciting about this is the homegrown policy of the Gold Board and its related impact. The stories around it are varied. However, the impact is what we're looking at. And at the MPC, you recall Jato asked the governor, so what is your stability strategy going forward, especially with the Gold Board? And in recent advert, I chanced on the Gold Board jury project. And you recall we mentioned it at the MPC. Then Mr. Governor, why don't you figure how to do a forward integration, granted that this phenomenon is giving you the set stability that you've attained, which is different from the historical ones in the past. Because I heard somebody say, oh, but we've also attained a 7% inflationary plus before, but we didn't want contest. So I'm showing you a context now that has a homegrown policy that is a little different from the previous. And seeing another product like the gold jury that is also ongoing. So upon my reflection, then I said, so why don't we now, with Bernard Avler and his friends, promote gold trinkets, gold ornaments in our festivities like Adaikesie, Kwesidai, Hugbachocho. So it becomes like we did with the Kente and the Friday wear. What you are seeking to do is deploying tourism and the utilization of the gold trinkets. It becomes your first customer will be Ghanaians. So you are doing an integration that's value addition. However, for this value addition to proceed further, you need long-term investments. Currently, it's all about short-term investment that's brought us this far. So in our research and our reflection, how do we then move from a short-term investment to a long-term investment? Our reflection also indicated that one of your rules, Basel III, is a disincentive to a long-term investment. Am I correct? The regulator is here. So I deliberately printed out a document on it, so as I'm not misquoted. So it was introduced 2008 after the global financial crisis with three major indicators: increase banks' resilience to shocks, limit excessive risk taking, ensure adequate capital liquidity buffers. However, this was introduced largely for well-developed economies, saturated economies, because of the impact it had. Nonetheless, we are in a developing economy. And therefore, if today, and in our expectation of the budget, we want to see how the finance minister and the regulator will figure out how to support the banks to do long-term financing.
And I've demonstrated to you that for all that you ask, what the banks and the models are asking for, move from short-term banking, short-term, lending to long-term. However, this is one of your hindrances. So somebody with a regulator must engage and figure out the overbearing posture that you've taken upon yourself. And I've demonstrated to you that this was focused more on the saturated market and developed economies. You are in a developing economy. You need to figure out how to mitigate this Basel III so that you can do long-term investment. It is very profitable for a bank to invest in T-bills and short-term investment, as against putting a 10 million Ghana cedis for 10 years in a manufacturing firm. The regulatory capital that you need for an investment for 10 years, you need about 3 times of that. So it becomes more profitable to do a short-term investment, which is regulatory. So the Basel III itself has become a hindrance. We are requesting of you to give us long-term funding. So if this law or this provision is a deterrent, go back and engage a regulator. So that accept that you're in a developing economy. How then do we aid the finance minister, the Bank of Ghana, to maintain the set stability as the Minister of Education mentioned? Long-term stability will come with long-term financing. And we need to tweak it. So if this law is one of them, please sit up and address it. So the first request we are asking of you is long-term financing. Change your model. The next one, as you are doing that, whilst you are evolving, you could get in touch with the DFIs, Development Financial Institutions. Give us guarantees through the GESEL, the Ghana Exim. Most of our enterprises that are performing, most of them which are the foreign companies or non-indigenous, name them, from the Chinese to the Indians and to the Americans, most of them are using Exim funding from their country of origin. Guarantees structured, and it aids them to bring in significant product, sell, and repay. Okay, so for our farmers, agribusiness, get back to DFIs, structure it properly, whilst you are working on how to untangle the Basel III and do long-term investment. Thank you.
I don't think my colleague bankers would forgive me
if you don't say anything.
Respond to some of the feedback we are getting.
I'll let you respond in 1 minute because we are out of time.
So look, they say feedback is the breakfast of champions. And it is rare for you to have a customer, not just any other customer, but an industry captain and a president of, AGI, giving you feedback and you won't take it. First of all, what bankers do is for you to look at like a tomato seller. You go to Agobloshi, buy the tomato, right, and then you sell. So a lot of the time, when industry is responding to us, they talk on the credit side of it. They don't talk on the deposit side of it because they also feed us with deposit. Try negotiating interest rate with a business on the deposit side, and you understand how difficult it is to price. Now, on the specific issue of Basel, truth is that the reason why Basel is even more important, and for that matter, Basel III, is to enable banks to even solution better. Now, Basel III talks about enhanced capital requirement and then liquidity management, enhanced liquidity. Question is, liquidity is simply a measure of how you are able to meet your maturing obligation. When depositors walk in, are you able to pay them? And so for the regulator to say you should have enhanced liquidity and capital position is actually to enable you serve customers in a long-tenured manner. Look, bankers' preference is to have stable balance sheet. How do you get stable balance sheet? Long-term projects. But we have a liquidity problem to grapple with. Sources of the funding. And that is why there is the Development Bank of Ghana that enables through banks to support industry. So it's a conversation we can take up. But just to give you the comfort that Basel III in any way does not limit us in the kind of credit we should give. It actually strengthens us to serve you better in a long-tenured manner.
Thank you.
But we can have that.
I think we need a round of applause. This conversation obviously is something that we could all day with topics that we have and the comments that we are receiving from Mr. Dake, Sina, Mr. Robert, Mr. Nolly, who has just left us to take a call. I think that it's an opportunity for us to continue the conversation even off the stage. And obviously, there's a lot to talk about. When we talk about ethics, we talk about leadership, we talk about sustainable finance, and we see from the last set of conversations that sustainable finance is really, really, really important. And the measures to take that up also has to do with regulation and the compliance with our regulations, no matter how opaque they may be. And on that note, I would like to ask Mr. Chairman for permission to end this panel conversation. It's been really enhancing for our knowledge. It's something that we've seen a lot of insight or received a lot of insights from. And I'm hoping that beyond this particular conversation, we'll be having conversations in the corridors of power, in the corridors of our banks, in the corridors of the institute as to how best we can build future-ready banks in this particular context. Thank you very much, and thank you again for the opportunity.
Thank you, Abuna. That was an amazing panel. Please put your hands together one more time for Abuna Saremenako and our very good panel. Just put it here. So this has been going on for a while. I have good news for you. The good news is that we are giving you lunch, and the lunch is ready. So we will do the next program very quickly. So we have 1.5 things to do. We have a short presentation by the central bank to put into context the last panel discussion. Don't forget, the second panel is on maintaining stability of currency in an era of digital asset disruption. And I'd like to, before we get into the panel, I'm going to mention who the panel members are so they can be mic'd, and then we'll do a BOG presentation before the panel. All right? So the panel comprises of Mr. Ismail Adam, who is the head of banking supervision. So guys, please put a mic on him. Mr. John Ewua, who is the CEO of the Ghana Association of Banks. I think he came in earlier. John Ewua, thank you, sir. Mrs. Doris Ya Agri Ahiati, she's with us, she's at the back. And then Mr. Philip Chum of FIDO. Thank you, sir. So please find them and mic them. So while we do that, I'd like to bring up stage, for some context, a manager from the Currency Management Department of the Bank of Ghana. He will be talking about CD at 60 in the person of George Mafu Ofori. George Mafu Ofori. So where's George? Wonderful. So, do you have any slides? Yes, please. So George, the lunch is getting cold. So let the Lord speak to your heart.
Thank you very much. All protocol observed. I'm George Mafofori from the Currency Management Department. We are pleased to be here as we celebrate a CD at 60. And I happen to be a member of the Educational and Outreach Subcommittee. We are 60, so we just walk through the journey of our city, how it all started, and where we are. A brief history before the city itself, redenomination, and I've seen some senior members here who were all part during the redenomination. Some commemorative notes when the city was upgraded, and then we introduced higher denomination and coins. So before the city, we were having the West African pounds, shillings, and pence. All Anglophone countries were using the pounds, shillings, and pence, just like the way the Francophone countries maintained their CFA. But after independence, so these are some of the images of the West African pounds, shillings, and pence. They were quite big, and these were the coins. We were having coins with holes in them. How do you see the design? Do we go back to coins with holes in them? It's a matter of... And then, after independence in 1957, we started printing our own Ghana pound. So though we have moved away from the British, we're still maintaining their system of currency, where we were having pence, shillings, and then pounds. So 12 pence was equivalent to 1 shilling, and 20 shillings equivalent to 1 pound. And then these were the notes that were printed in 1958 by the central bank. We had 10 shillings, 1 pound, 5 pounds, and then the 1,000 pounds was for interbank transactions. Those days there were no digital stores, so a bank will move with this denomination to do business with the other bank. And these were the coins: half penny, 1 penny, 3 pence, 6 pence, 1 shilling, and then 2 shillings. Then in 1965, after we have gained republic in 1960, we wanted to move away from that confusing of 12 pence being equal to 1 shilling, 20 shillings being equal to 1 pound. So BOG came up with our own local name, Cedi, couched from the word Sidie. Remember, cowrie was used in doing business in way back. So in 1965, the Cedi was born. And then we had the Peswa also born from a seed called Peswabo, which was used in trading in those days. So all these were our cities introduced in 1965. And all these notes bore the portrait of our first president, Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, just like the way the UK, where all their notes were bearing the portrait of the Queen, now it's been changed to the King. So all our notes were having the portrait of Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, with the exception of that last one, which was 1,000 cedis, mainly for interbank transactions. And these were the coins in 1965. Until 1966, when the CPP government was overthrown. And then in February 1967, new set of notes were introduced to take off the portrait of our first president, Dr. Kwame Nkrumah. So in 1967, these notes came. And informally, people started calling it the new Cedi. And these were the coins, half peswa, 1 peswa, all the way to 20 pesos. And then in 1972, new notes were introduced again, also to take off the new Cedi. So we call it the Cedi again. And these were some of the notes that came. I know the last note has a name that looks like the name of our president, or They call it the CD Jato. So these were the notes introduced in 1972. And then in 1979, we had people were hoarding notes and so on. So you had to go and change your notes. They introduced new notes that you have to go and change at a discount. So if you're having more than 5,000, you get a discount of 50%. And less than 5,000 is 30%. I learned some people lost a lot of money. And that is why during the redenomination, we gave a lot of time for people to change their notes. So these were the notes introduced then in 1979. And that's the coins. And then in 1983, another set of notes were introduced with new security features and stuff like that to take over the old ones. And these started from 10 all the way to 50. And due to inflation, we kept adding on. The 100 came in 1980, the 100 and 200 came in 1984. The 500 came in 1986. 1991 was 1,000. And then 1994 was the 2,000 and 5,000. And then 2003, we had the 10,000 and the 20,000. At this slide, I know we are all comfortable here. We all saw all these notes. So these were the last set of notes before redenomination. And then in 2007, okay, so these were the coins too then. Who remembers the last coin? The last coin was a thick coin that looks like the UK £1. It was used in buying sachet water then. After redenomination, it became 5p. So in 2007, due to the Bedway issue, people carried a lot of money in transacting business. Redenomination was done, and then 10,000 cedis was equivalent to 1 Ghana cedi. The Ghana was brought to differentiate between the current cedis and then the new ones. So these were the notes that came in 2007. The 1 all the way to the 50, and the 50 was the highest denomination. These were the coins that came in 2007. Then in 2010, we introduced these notes to commemorate the centenary of our first president, Dr. Kwame Nkrumah. The idea to print started in 2009, but the notes came in 2010 because from the concept of forecasting, printing notes, shipment, all the way to Bank of Ghana, that whole cycle, it's about a year. So the notes came in 2010, and then we used it in celebrating of the centenary of Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, but it was used as change, so we kept it for some time. And then in 2017, when Bank of Ghana was 60 years, we came up with this nice note to celebrate our 60 years. So commemorative notes are not upgraded. They are just printed to celebrate something, and when they die, they just go. That is why you don't see these two notes in circulation these days. And then in 2010, 2011, we also had an attack on the 50 cedi notes introduced during 2007. Some of the counterfeiters were trying to get close with the public features. Although the machine-readable features were okay, but they were trying to get close. So we had to change the 50 cedi notes alone with an enhanced security feature. So there was a hologram somewhere, and then it was changed. So this note came in 2012. And then in May 2019, now BOG belongs to IACA, and we have our director who also sits on the IACA board. IACA is International Association of Currency Affairs. And they advise that every 6 to 7 years, try to tweak your notes because some of the counterfeiters may be catching up. So in 2019, we upgraded our notes, and we did not upgrade the commemorative notes because I said they were just to celebrate something. So we upgraded all our notes and then came with these designs. They were just like the old ones, but you can see some of the threads and other things were changed with enhanced security features to make the work of the counterfeiters very difficult. So we came up with these notes in May 2019, and in November 2019, the higher denomination of the 100 and 200 with a 2 coin was also introduced with very powerful security features. Unfortunately, there's not much time to talk about the security features. Maybe the next time we can talk about it. We came up with this 2 coin also in November 2019. And then in December 2022, when our stock of the 1 cedi coin was getting depleted and we had to mint new coins, we went for new security features, and then we came up with this upgraded 1 cedi coin. So you can see this also in circulation. So in a nutshell, that is the journey of the cedi, and thank you very much.
So after a nice presentation like this, then you say, by the way, here are a few Ghana cedis, commemorative something, or like, give us your account number. We'll pay. You just come and talk about cedi and you wear your brown suit and go and sit down. Charlie, tell the governor that he should do something about it. Thank you. So this is the last panel, and I'm going to make it very quick, right? What are we discussing? We are basically looking at the currency stability. I think all the speakers have said that currency stability is critical. Even the Minister of Education said that we need consistent stability. He pointed to Dubai and how their currency was very stable. So what we're going to do is Head of Banking Supervision is going to come back. Mr. Philip Chum, who is with FIDO. I think they lend to people. So he's going to come in as well. And then please come, put your hands together for Mr. Philip Chum. Mr. Ismail Adams, please come up, Head of Banking Supervision, BOG. A round of applause for him. Mr. John Ewa, CEO, Ghana Association of Banks. Thank you, John Ewa. A round of applause. And Mrs. Doris Ya Agri Ahiati is also here with us. Thank you, Doris. There's somebody I need to acknowledge, and I don't know why I have not been able to do this. Please forgive me. And he is from the IFRIG, Dr. Ali Shaibu, Islamic Finance Research Institute. Where's Dr. Ali? Oh, Doc, forgive me. I should have introduced you long ago. They are the partnering with the institute for the first program, not the ethics 2.01. All right. So this is the issue. It's 1:15. We've been here since 10 o'clock. So a lot of things have been said. So that's number one. Number two. Whilst we value what you say, it won't change the world. So just get the most important thing you want to say and say it so that we can go and eat. Please, you understand what I'm saying? So I'm not going to do my own like Abena's own where she asks plenty questions. So I'll do 2 things. So the first round, you will tell us what you do and how it relates to the topic. Because the topic is currency stability in an era of digital, crypto, yada, 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 all those things. Please, is the question clear? We are doing this together. We are maintaining stability of currency in an era of digital asset disruption. So you will tell us your name and the work you do and how it relates to the topic. And whether you like the topic or not, we'll do that round. Then, the next round, I'll ask you one specific question about your role. All right? So you explain, for example, how we keep the currency stable, what stability looks like for you. You are the ones who lend at the last mile using digital technology. So do you feel threatened or do you feel excited about this convoluted situation? You are a consultant. You train people in finance, budgeting. I interview a lot on financial markets. When you come on air in general, you're going to say, put some of your money in crypto, put some of your money in Ghana cedis, put some under your bed. How does the work you do in helping people build financial capacity, and also you're a fellow here or you're an associate, right? So you talk about that. And then you are the banks. So are you going to change the way you work, or are you going to keep doing more of the same? Are you going to do Basel 3? Do you need a Basel 4? Or all of those things. So first round. So round one, let me start with Mr. Ismail Adams, Head of Banking Supervision. What does that mean, and how does it relate to our topic? Put your hands together for him.
Thank you, Bernard. Let me say that I've learned a lot today, and I wish CIB will continue having engagement like this. Bernard, I think you are much aware that as central bank we have two key objectives. One is price stability, and the other one is financial stability. So these are twin mandates of the central bank: price stability and financial stability. And so, within the work that we do, we are to ensure stability in pricing. And this pricing includes the prices of our foreign exchange. As a matter of fact, if you look at section 4.1b, so section 4, subsection 1b, it talks about the central bank using monetary tools to maintain stability of the cedi within and outside the country. And so that primary objective of maintaining the stability of the cedi lies with the central bank. And so just to put in the context as the role that we play. Now, over the years, the central bank has tried to bring stability into to the cedi. As you all know, stability helps businesses to plan. If you have an unstable currency, planning your business cycles even becomes a problem. And so, maintaining stability has been our key objective over the past 1 year. And how are you doing it? So, the belief is that market confidence is important. And so, what we have done is to try and build gold reserves. I think you all know about the Gold for Reserve program. And we think that building of reserves using gold has brought some confidence in the market, and also giving a lot of reserves that will cushion whatever program that we are doing to maintain the stability of the cedi. So you realize that as at October, through the gold purchase and other policy initiatives of the Bank of Ghana, we have built reserves of about 11.4 billion, which translates to about 4.8 months import cover. And so that is one way. Using the gold regime has been one way that we've been using to build the reserves and anchor the stability of the cedi. We've also seen a sharp appreciation of a trade surplus coming from the appreciable level of prices for gold and for cocoa. And so, based on that, we're having a lot of surplus. Even on our current account, we're having a surplus. As at September, we had a surplus of about 6.8 billion on our current account. So is the pricing, the international pricing for our commodities is also helping build the confidence and the stability of the cedi. And Bernard, you also agree with me that under the ECF program, fiscal consolidation was key. And so we've seen some budgetary, in terms of expenditure on the government side, we see some discipline there, and that is all contributing to the stability that we are having. Finally, let me also talk about what we call policy coordination. Now we have a situation where the monetary authorities try to talk to the fiscal authorities as much as possible. We engage a lot. Whenever the ministry is doing something, we are invited to be there. And when we are also doing anything, we invite the ministry to be with us. Over the past 3 or 4 monetary policy meetings, you see somebody from the fiscal side coming to do a presentation that will inform the kind of discussions that will be done at the monetary policy and eventually cascade into the rates that will come out. And so that policy coordination between the fiscal side and the monetary side is also helping.
Wonderful. Thank you. Put your hands together for him. You expanded the question beyond what I asked you, but we are okay with that. We are happy, no problem. Fido, so what do you do and how does it relate to the topic of maintaining stability in the currency in an era of digital asset disruptions?
Okay, so thank you very much for introducing me and explaining that I work with Fido. Today, I sit here not as a digital lender, but wearing my technology consultant hat. So just a bit of a background. I led KPMG's digital transformation service line for a good number of years before I moved into fintech proper. So with that experience, I have led transformations in the banking sector, both locally here and across the sub-region. And the technology concepts which we deal with are the crypto, the open banking, artificial intelligence, and what have you. So I'm sitting here as a technology person to calm the fears and to tease out opportunities and all the disruption that we are seeing. Thank you.
Wonderful. That was great. Thank you. Doris, tell us what you do and how it relates to the topic, whether you like the topic at all.
I love the topic, absolutely. And where I sit as a financial consultant and a learning facilitator and coach, we support clients so that they'll be able to build their wealth, to manage portfolios, so that they can plan for their future. And so in that area where the conversation becomes interesting as far as this topic is concerned would be the confidence that the client, which is everybody in the room and outside of the room, including the regulators concerned, would have in the system and in the currency. And that confidence will be born out of stability that they see. And when we talk about stability, oftentimes we also want to look at the strength of the institutions that we have in the system. For example, the independence of an institution like the central bank, and I was happy that it came up earlier on. So the independence of the central bank, the transparency of policy environment so that the investor or the citizen who has to plan their future has clarity and has the assurance that they can plan and work towards some goal in the future. Also, the robustness of regulatory framework within which we are operating. Very importantly, before I hand over back to you, will be trust and credibility. And trust and credibility here is pivoted very strongly on the consistency of honoring debt obligation. And if you look at the history that has been painted here, we've had instances where you have to change your money, and in the midst of being required to do this change, you get a discount. More recently, we have the DDEP haircuts. And so all these have contributed to confidence of the investing public in our currency. And we also know that plans, portfolio growth, are all anchored on stability. So that's very interesting for us if we are able to work towards stability in our currency. I think the final point is global acceptability. If everybody across the world is accepting a certain currency because it checks the relevant boxes when it comes to the functions of money, I'm sure we'll get into that later, then everybody is pivoting towards that particular currency, which we've seen the USD do over the years quite well. I think I'll drop it there.
I think that was amazing. Put your hands together for Doris. So the last question for this round goes to the Ghana Association of Banks, John Awuah. What do you do as an association, and how does it relate to the topic of maintaining stability of currency in an era of digital asset disruption?
Thank you very much. They all have their money with me. That's what we do. Okay. Anyway, but on a more serious note, the nice things that Mr. Adams talked about, the banking system is the outlet for transmission. So the monetary system or monetary policy can do everything that they do at the Bank of Ghana, but for it to hit you and me and the economy, it has to come through the banking system. So we are a reflection of what they are doing. So when you see the policy rate moving and you see interest rates coming down, then you see that lending rate is also following in that trajectory. And by that mechanism, you find the transmission coming directly into your pocket. But one thing that he said that I would like to amplify is on what we have seen over the last few months, I would say 9 months, on the policy coordination angle. It is our only hope, particularly from the banking system, that that which has been established now will continue post-IMF, and that the fiscal end of the equation will talk effectively to the monetary policy guys, so that we do not have one side trying to do so much to correct the imbalance in the economy. And that is what we had during the DDP era, where you had a monetary policy framework that was overcompensating for the flaws in the fiscal, because there was no proper handshake in the two policy arms. And we need that into the years ahead, next year, after IMF, and beyond, so that we build one country on the asset and liabilities and the balance sheet to balance properly, so that all of us here will reap the benefits from those two policy angles.
Round of applause for John Awuah. Thank you. So to the second part of the question, which is round 2, digital asset disruption. I think it was Stefan who mentioned stablecoin and cryptocurrency. And he showed some figures to show that I think $9.something billion was in circulation outside the banking sector. And I think Sima was talking about how do you regulate a transaction that you do not see. So the question to you, Alhaji Ismail, is how do you see this digital asset disruption? Because you want stability, and I think most of us do. Be honest with me. Are you worried about it, or you see it as an opportunity?
Thank you very much. So the crypto area, talking about Bitcoin, stable coins, are issues that have been on the radar for a very long time. Initially, our stand was maybe cautioning people into going to that space. But I think with time, and we saw in the figures that were presented by the gentleman from Access University, I don't know whether he's gone.
He has to leave,
yeah, about 90 billion and growing at 40%. So I think the discussion now is that how do we have visibility on those transactions, so that if there's a need for have some minimum regulations around that, we do that. And so based on the fact that a lot of transactions are happening on the blind side of the regulator, and given that these have implications on the stability of the city, there has been discussions on how to bring this kind of activities under some form of regulation. And so you could get from this governor's speech that we are in the process of gathering data as the starting line, or the baseline, gathering data on people who are into these activities. And so trying to get how the numbers are and how the operations are. Beyond that, we've also issued a draft guidelines for virtual asset providers, and And as the speech also said, we've also gone beyond that and have a draft bill. A bill that will look at how to regulate, even license and regulate operations, get some data on their operations, so more or less we formalize these activities. It's a risk to the banking, and that's why the banking sector is good we are all here. There's a risk to your intermediation. If this space gets traction, what is going to happen is that the new generation who are into technology will do a lot of these activities virtually, and it has implications for your intermediation and eventual intermediation of mobilizing deposit and on lending. And so, as practitioners, as bankers, you also need to go ahead of time and see how you can tweak your space to deal with that risk that that space will potentially pose to your space. And so that is an advice that I'll give to the bankers here. Let's look at how we can also deploy innovative ways to deal with this space. It's something that we can also close our eyes to. So as regulators, we have decided to bring them under regulation. But what risk does it bring to the banking sector? And that is what you also need to look at and see how you can deal with this, the risk that is posed by the influx of these crypto stable coins and the likes. Let me say that the bill is done. It's now with the Finance Ministry. I'm sure very soon that bill will be laid, and then we'll have that framework that will regulate that space. So we have some visibility on the activities of this space. Whatever you are doing it in a very transparent manner, as they say. So I was happy when Doris was talking about transparency and credibility. There's a saying that transparency breeds credibility, and when there's credibility, there's also the issue of trust. And so we want to do it in a manner such that it will have some credibility with the policies that will be aligned to bringing them under regulation. And so as also to bring trust among people who are using it, and even beyond people who are using that space in terms of financial services. And so, in a nutshell, at the Bank of Ghana, this is what you are doing. Basically, doing a register of those who are already into the space. Also having some guidelines around those who will be operating in that area. And finally, having an operating act that will guide the operation, so we have visibility on the activities.
Wonderful.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I was at an event last year. It was the FinTech Summit, and they had a debate that the future of FinTech, is it based on innovation or compliance? So they had a whole group of people debating it. It was a very interesting discussion. Now I think, let me call you Fido. You are the best person to answer this question around the right balance, because you started at KPMG, you work with institutions on compliance, but you've left to work at a FinTech. So obviously there's opportunity there, you see a future there. But also an associate of the institute, which means you're also traditionally trained in banking. So help us resolve this tension, the future of currency. And again, another context, this whole crypto thing is under a broad rubric called trust infrastructure, blockchain technology. The basics are people don't trust institutions, right? You can wear a nice suit, speak nice English. People don't trust you guys, particularly because of what happened with the financial crisis with big banks globally. So we can say all the nice things we want to say. The reason blockchains have become popular in some communities is that people believe that if there's a ledger that we can all share, we don't have to depend on one governor or one president, right? So we need to understand that these technologies are becoming more popular because people don't trust institutions, okay? So my question to you is, for somebody who's been trained in both sides, what do you have to say about the future? Should the banks be worried about the pace at which people are taking these things up? And should people take these things up without recourse to the predictability of conservative banking, which has kept us for all these years? I've complicated the question, but I know you can simplify it. So, good luck to you.
Yeah, thank you very much for that question. I think there's a place or a position of balance. Whenever there's a new innovation or trend, people tend to sit at the extremes. So the people who are called crypto bros, the users of crypto, they emphasize with reckless abandon the fact that that is the only way to do business or to transact in the future. And those people still exist. However, there's a difference in how crypto is viewed by these people, and then those at the other extreme, who are the very conservative bankers. Today, we don't have many of them. Even if we do, they are a bit on the older side, but you'll find most people in the middle, okay? Now, that middle is where we bring crypto into traditional financial services, okay? And then traditional financial services brings all the trust, which the few don't believe in, and then the comfort that the general public would have in using these technologies. So I'll give you an example. There's actually a way to use crypto such that you are not restricted by any financial institution, but it's a very, very difficult way to use it. That is the traditional cryptocurrency thesis, that you own your own wallet, you own your own assets. Now, what that does is, while it's giving you the freedom, it puts the responsibility of managing your accounts in your hands. The account numbers are not simple like our traditional account numbers. It's a mixture of alphabets and numbers and etc. Then your password or your seed phrase is a chain of about 14 to 16 words, which you have to keep yourself. And now they are being told that write it on a piece of paper and hide it somewhere, because if you put it on your phone and it's connected to the internet, anybody can see it. So you see that it's a very complicated way of transacting. If you forget your password, you've lost the money forever. There's no reset password, there's no customer support. Okay, so this is the traditional blockchain and crypto. Today, only a few people use those platforms in that manner. Perhaps you have a large investment, and so you would want to do that, but you wouldn't use it for your daily transactions. So there are just a few people who actually believe in that. The average person like you and I would want to have a simple account on a platform. If I forget my password, I can do password reset. If I want to send money and I've sent it wrongly, I can ask customer support to help me. So that is the middle, and that's where the opportunity is. The banking sector, if you look at how crypto is transacted today, you actually need a bank in the mix. Okay, so I have experience from an operator point of view as well, because I'm a non-executive director on a certain platform's board, right? And you would understand that the banking sector is integral to the business. If you are doing a trade, for instance, you need the local currency of whichever country you are in, because someone is sending you that and you are sending the crypto. So it's just an exchange. It's another product in the banking suite. It's not an overhaul of the banking system, no. So what does that mean for bankers? It means that those who are able to leverage the opportunity it presents would be the winners. It's nothing new. It's another form of transaction, another form of product, or another form of platform which banks must intentionally incorporate into their businesses, because the rest of the people who don't believe in how we do financial services today, they are just a few, and those people run a risk. Thank you very much.
Wow, that was amazing. Put your hands together for him. Thank you. Doris, I want you to talk about the Ghana cedi, the local currency, because in your advice to people, I've heard, particularly from 2022 to 2024, people were just buying dollars, and they were advising people to buy dollars because they felt like the cedi was too unstable. Now we've gotten some range of stability. By the way, when you're advising people, do you use patriotism or you use what is optimal for their future? That's question one. And question 2, do you believe that it is important for whatever portfolio the person has to include or to emphasize their own currency? It's a complicated question, but I know you can deal with it, right? Yeah.
Thank you very much. So when I'm working with clients, your typical client is looking to optimize their portfolio. They want to optimize their returns. And this is where the store of value function of money comes in. I want to be able to accumulate and to be able to use it at a later date, which presupposes that at that later date, I want to be cushioned and protected such that there is value in whatever I've accumulated. And we also would always work with the objectives of the client. And given that the average client is looking to accumulate and to build, and they want to conserve the value in whatever portfolio they are building, you are going to create a portfolio that has a diversity of assets in there, which would mean that for store of value, we do have a place for stablecoin and Bitcoin as well. And then we would have the currency, if you like, some exposure. We have the USDT as also a digital asset that people might want to put in their portfolio. I think where the Ghana cedi as a currency becomes a subject of interest is when people choose to invest in the hard currency dollar as an investment option, i.e., I want to go to the black market, I want to go to a forex bureau, and I want to buy some currency which I'm keeping somewhere safe, under the bed or wherever, in the hope that the local currency will depreciate, and when it has depreciated, I would have my dollar, which has conserved its value, being able to convert into more Ghana cedis for me. What I think the majority of the public don't realize is how by so doing they are actually contributing to the problem of the currency crisis for us. And so, yes, patriotism is important, but we work as professionals with the desire and the objectives of the client. And absolutely, we would not recommend that you buy the hard currency and store it as an investment option, because that contributes to what we call the hoarding. And the hoarding will impact the dynamics of supply and demand dynamics for the USD, which further undermines the value of our cedi.
Wow. I like the way the panel is dealing with the complications, making it very simple. So the last question for round 2 is to John. And I'm going to make it a bit interesting. So I was discussing bank profits. You know, when people make profit and we are all suffering, we criticize you. So I said, you people, first half of the year, made so much profit. And then somebody said, if I look at MTN's half-year profit, it's about 1/4 of the whole banking sector. 2024, MTN profit was 5.04 billion. All right, that's more than the biggest bank's profit in Ghana. Yeah. So the point is that there's a lot of float and money in this side as compared to your side. How are your colleagues in the industry seeing it? All right, is it fair game? Is it, because I notice now that, for example, the central bank has insisted that MTN be different from mobile money company. Right? So MTN is a telco regulated by NCA, but Mobile Money Limited is regulated by BOG. So we can see that it's like, no, you guys are. So I just want to know again from your side, are you collaborators? Are you competitors? Do the rules have to change for you to, because there are about 20 something of you, and one company is making 5 billion. Right? It's pretty serious. So what are your thoughts?
I think you've answered your question.
Oh no, have you answered the question?
Yeah. They say in finance, they say you prepare for change or you prepare to die. It's an unfortunate phenomenon what the banking system allowed to happen years back. I mean, let's say 10, 15 years ago when there was this talk about digital financial services, and the reception at the time was not at that level. So we are playing a bit of catch up. But the thing is, have we recognized there's a challenge? Of course, yes. but there is no MTN without banks. The law has been so structured in a manner that if you are a telco, you must of necessity need a bank to operate. And to that extent, we are more of collaborators. We call it co-petition. We compete, but we collaborate. So we have our own version of what you call your mobile wallet, which is called the Ghana Pay. It's a bit slow in catching up because, of course, it's a huge mountain to climb. But you talked about equal playing field, and that is one area that disadvantaged the banks at the initial stages when MTN, Mobile Money Limited, there was nothing called Mobile Money Limited. Let's say the MOMO, let's not single out MTN.
The MOMO.
That ecosystem was 100% regulated by NCA, and we, the bank, had to go through rigorous process with Central Bank, assuming the bank wanted to have an agency, a banking or agency franchise in Techiman. Mr. Adams and his teams will take 3 to 6 months in assessing you. I'm telling you the true fact, where banks go through rigors upon rigor, and you couldn't open some numbers in a certain period until you have been able to tell us what you have done or what you have. So we went through.
Meanwhile, they will just set up a Momo agent.
But a Momo agent
they
within
go
a matter
long
of,
time.
It's like that. Flip of a coin, there's an agency and it's operating, collecting and receiving money. So that created a big gap for us, compliance gap. Yes, with the kind of regulations that we have now, there's convergence. We are not there yet, but there is convergence where a little bit of playing field balancing, but we are not on a fair playing field as yet. But the banks, we've taken it in our strides. We know that that is the future of banking. I've said in a few places before that the future of banking, the banks are going to become big fintechs. The infrastructure we call as bank, in another 10, 15 years when some of us will be out of the system in terms of retirement, you will find a bank, maybe it will be called ABSA something, which is not bank per se. Or maybe the bank is just there in name, but everything they are doing perhaps will be mimicking what your typical fintech will be doing now.
Wow.
So the banks that get themselves ready now are the ones that are preparing themselves for that future. Because, of course, that future has already started. And if you are starting now, you are playing catch up. But the best time to start is now.
Wonderful.
So banks are really investing in that environment. And I listened to Sina when he talked about what the banks are doing in terms of the infrastructure to enable this to happen.
But by the way, I think the Ghanaian banks have been very digitally savvy. If you look at the offerings, for example, on my program, when I read a live presenter mention, almost every bank is offering a digital product, and they are even majoring on it. So you are right in saying the banks, even though 15 years ago they didn't see it, I think collectively they've tried to catch up.
Yeah, but
very quick. But
just a little, sorry for interrupting you. One little thing that I think is still left is how do we create platforms that we can all
agnostic platforms.
You are right. That we can all instead
of too many products. This bank is too small.
Operating this one is operating this cybersecurity, that. No. We can have an infrastructure that works for the banking system. I agree with you. I think Singapore has done it. The banking system in Ghana, that is where we should migrate to. Otherwise, the cost to serve will be so expensive.
And some of the banks have so few customers. It doesn't even make sense.
Doesn't make sense.
To keep that platform.
Only going through all the certification before you are allowed to invest in any infrastructure. Bank of Ghana will be telling you have to be PCI this, you have to be this certified, you have to have this certification, ISO.
But John, let me come back to you.
So we need an infrastructure that we can all tag on.
Maybe you should play that lead because you see, every bank has their own SINA who's protecting their territory. There's a digital leader, and SINA is a great guy. He's the head of retail. But I'm saying that if you are the head of digital innovation for a bank, you want to also be able to say to the group level, I've created this platform, it's working. But you as the association should say, look, it's like the way telco shared their towers. It didn't make sense to keep building towers. So now you put up a tower, let Eaton Towers control it, and let's compete on quality of service.
Agree.
So I believe that maybe you Not you as a person. Yeah, because these are platforms that they. Yeah.
But they are difficult discussions.
But I'm happy you are raising it, which means that and you have the credibility.
Yeah.
Because since for at least I've done journalism for 20 years, I have the association is more visible. I see you engaging in discussions. You come on air. It wasn't like that. So the vulnerability you've even allowed yourself to go through makes it easy for us to have discussions. So I think we should put hands together for John. He's done a really great job. Now, I have two things to say to you, then I'm close. So, do you know that in 2018, the president of the Chartered Institute of Bankers actually made an appeal to the country? I don't know if they listen. Cryptocurrency is the next big thing. CIB president, get ready for it. This is 2018. Who was the president in 2018? So she said it. I don't know if we listen. But the question I have is for you guys. You are the ones who train bankers, right? Is your training compliant with the disruption? Okay, so today you launched two nice products. One is Islamic banking, which is been in some countries for years, but you are happy to launch it today, no problem. Then I've also launched something called Ethics 2.0. But if I take the course outline for a professional banker, is it fintech disruption compliant?
Mhm.
Because the whole thing starts with the training, right? If the guy who's going to get trained has not been taught how to even think about the disruption and is still doing the normal ledger and those things, I think there's a problem. So the bigger question is to you guys. So please give them a mic. Who's going to answer that question?
I think
President
we do have a course, and
you're
I
answering
see
for
CEO wants to respond.
okay, answer, then you can add some. Please give him a mic, the CEO and then the president. So Doris, you start. Say you're an associate.
Yes, I'm a fellow.
Fellow.
Let me put that
forgive
on
me.
record.
Forgive
Thank
me.
you.
Forgive me.
Nice for the correction.
Fellow.
Yes, we have the digital banking certification, right? So he will give
Please
the details.
elaborate.
So, if you take the main CIB curve, we have the data analytics program.
They are sabotaging you. They don't want your sound to work. Please give him my mic.
All right, so
it's better.
if you think the main ACIB,
Come for my own.
if you take the main chartered banker program, which is the ACIB, you have data and analytics, digital as part of it. All the blockchain, all the key things that we've been talking about today are embedded that's in the main curriculum. But as an institute, we also recognize that you can't possibly teach everything in the main program. And so we've created a digital academy specifically to address the skills required at each level, depending on whether you are sitting in technology or you are sitting in retail banking or corporate banking. So specifically that's been addressed. The truth is that, we see sooner and we act faster. And so that curriculum is currently available at the institute. We have already started teaching it as well. There are other collaborations that we are promoting to address the skill set, and that's why the CPDs are important. So you see, if you were a qualified banker maybe 5 years ago, the conversation has moved. The content, the knowledge, we are in a period of high perishability of knowledge. And so constant learning, constant updating of your knowledge through the CPDs, continuing professional development, which is compulsory for any professional, is how we are addressing the gap between those who qualified yesterday and those who are qualifying today and maybe into the future. Thank you.
Wow, I
So
like
Bernard, actually, I teach that course.
Oh, wonderful.
Yes, I teach that course.
Oh, so I think you guys have figured it out. This is really good. We have a few minutes to open the floor. We've been talking a lot up here, and we don't even know whether we are making any sense at all. So I would like to take a few comments from the floor and also announce that as part of the program today, we have a mentorship corner, which has been created as a dedicated platform for nurturing talent and fostering professional excellence within Ghana's banking and financial services industry. So students and newly qualified associates should use the mentorship corner. It's just opposite the auditorium, and it's a nicely air-conditioned room. There's food there. We'll discuss CV writing, interviewing skills, key skills and that employers seek, career growth. Some of the fellows and the professionals in the industry will be there. So if you're a student or a newly qualified associate, please avail yourself to the mentorship corner for some interactions. So I'd like to take any comments for the panel. How optimistic are you feeling about the future of your industry? Are you well placed as an institute to be at the cutting edge of knowledge and all of those things? So are there any comments? If not, I'll wrap up with the panel. Yes, sir. Please, I need a mic. These were their big men, so you have to send a mic to them. So send it to him. Yeah. Thank you, sir. Please identify yourself, please.
I was happy, Mr. Ewa Amfele Boabin. I was happy you were giving it to Mr. Ewa about a common platform through Ghana Association of Banks. We mixed it with MTN. And I remember those days, yes, banks, we were getting back when we had opportunity to have that common platform to be independent of MTN. Now with this, I believe that Mr. Wea is still vibrant and energetic enough to ensure that you whips the banks together for us to have that common platform that will leverage us on the crypto. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you, sir. You have your marching orders and the institute will support you. Any more comments? Yes, sir. Mr. Clifford. Metal, former president.
Yes. Thank you very much. I think some time ago when MTN started the MOMO, some of us made a proposition to the banks that
so you've pressed no, press it again. So usually better to grip that button.
Okay, yeah. Right, thank you. So, and it was seen as a very alien suggestion. I mean, MTN, they are tech and mobile. So I think right now, the time has come for all of us. Aside the integrated, which they are going to create, we need to actually own text. Yeah. And what is going to happen is that if we are not very, very careful, we'll be owning the text in the next 20 or 30 years when the current fintechs have all taken what it is. So if there's anything we need to do is to actually own the fintechs now. When we were revising the syllabus, I chaired the committee and our aim was basically to make sure that in the next 5-10 years, banks and the caliber that we have will be enough to actually own fintechs, move from just the normal brick and mortar into this area. So I think this is the time, and we should do it now.
Let me even add to that. You could even say set up a fintech or support a fintech startup as an internal project instead of having a department of whatever, so that they can run and think like the FIDO guys.
Absolutely.
And then when they come up with an idea, then you see how you can integrate it for compliance. Because if the guy is working in a bank wearing a suit and you say, when you want to be creative, you have to let your hair grow a lot. Yes. You have to wear singlet on top of your shirt. You can't dress like that to a bank.
No, you have to get a beard.
But when you wear the tie, it affects your thinking. So I want to endorse this idea. If you set up a fintech within your bank, and these guys are in some part of the company, they are wearing t-shirts. Yeah. They're like Google. You'll be surprised at what they will do. And then when they bring the idea, you sanitize it and you send it to the market. Yes. So see him for Apo on that. Very powerful idea.
Now that I'm in time, let me sit down.
You can do that.
I do it.
Thank you. There's one at the back. Okay, yes, sir.
Yeah, my commentary is on the earlier discussion where our able AGI friend talked about Basel. Yeah. I think we need to place it in context. Basel III arose out of the American financial crisis that affected global financial institutions. So all these ideas about more and more liquidity, much as we agree that it stifles or freezes assets that could be, funds that could be used for long-term lending. We must put it in context that we are coming from a fire, from fighting a certain fire, and they can't say they are working on usrusun. So that is where we are coming from. So much as we agree that Basel III is conserving more and more liquidity, we must understand that it's important from a conservative point of view to ensure that we don't get back to the factors that brought about the American financial crisis and the global ones. And I'm glad Sina...
I think Sina tried to point that out.
Yes, he was quite eloquent on that.
Yeah.
We shouldn't also forget the kind of attitudinal changes as far as depositors are concerned. Here we have over 60% of bank deposits in the CASA range, current assets and savings accounts. It's on everybody's mind.
They want quick.
Want it quick, so it's more short-term inclined. And if you are a risk person, or for instance, you don't use short-term funds to give long-term loans. So I understand where he's coming from. But for us as practitioners, we too need to
Even the
explain
government
to
is
them.
doing T-bills now.
Exactly. We must have these issues in context. That's the
But I
point
think
I
it's a
wanted
very
to
good
raise.
discussion.
Yes.
And I even think that for case study discussions, what is Basel III meaning? Because don't forget, he was also trying to suggest that there needs to be a bit of differentiation between developing market concepts and developed market concepts. A lot of the challenges in the global financial crisis was not caused by African banks. In 2009, it was caused by large Western banks. So I think some of the concern is also around whether those policies in Switzerland or New York take into cognizance the realities of our situation, where our banks have largely not done much wrong. You get it? So I think it's a good discussion point that we should all have. So I don't think he's criticizing the banks just blindly. His point is that maybe that Basel III contemplated only a developed, stable market without looking at the needs of our developing markets. So maybe that's something for you to think about.
It does. It does. In terms of the reserving requirements, for instance, there's a differentiation of 8% here and 10% there.
Wonderful.
Thank
Good
you.
discussion. Thank you. Let's take more. Okay, yes, sir.
So within the Basel framework, there is also the concept of proportionality. And so that proportionality concept requires that you can look at your jurisdictional context and tweak whatever you are doing to suit the jurisdiction within which, taking the peculiarities of the jurisdiction within which you are playing into play. And so there are some standards within the Basel framework that, looking at our environment, there's no way we can implement those concepts here.
And they are clear to all of us. They are clear. Wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Eric Niboy Kwoti. I am so excited. I don't know where to start from, but I will try to start from the end, perhaps. Okay. Somebody spoke about profitability between fintech and the banking industry. Mr. Uwa hit the nail on the head when we were supposed to have led fintech by definition. We went for their deficits. So they will go and get them, and then we chase after the deficits. The other side of it too is we talk about currency stability. What currency are we seeking to stabilize? Is it the cedi, the foreign currency, or the virtual asset space? We can't look at money for what it is by just the store of value bit of it. Legal tender has to do with jurisdictions. That's where we have cash. Any other thing about a legal tender is foreign currency. We don't live in it. We don't spend it. We trade in them. And so, have we finished trading in legal tender? Have we finished trading in currency? And now we're thinking about virtual assets. What have we done with the ECD? Has it gone backstage? Not until we look at the ECD structure and infrastructure again. There's very little we are going to be able to do in that space. Because the disruption we talked about did not happen. We created it.
Wow.
Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you for that reminder. Oh, you don't want to clap for him? He has said it is free. Whether you clap or not, he has dropped the bomb.
Thank you so much. My name is Sharif from the Islamic Finance Research Institute. Beyond all these wonderful ideas, to what end? Usually I'm used to conferences where there's a communique after a conference. Can we track previous conferences and what came out of it and whether they were implemented or we're all excited by the talk, and then after that we went back to our brick and mortar and continued our normal business. So I hope this time around there may be a conference communique or something in that regard. It could be the basis of someone's thesis or something. Then you can move a conversation from there. And then next year we can come here and say, after 29th conference, this is what we discussed, the ideas that came out, and this is how far the idea has gone. And it shows also the impact of the conference and the talk we do. Thank you so much.
Sheriff, without speaking for the organizers, we just launched 2 programs, which I believe are products of previous thinking. So I think that it's not just a talk shop. They just launched the ethics one, and they launched the Islamic finance one. He also just mentioned the digital one they do. So I'm very sure that these guys will not come up next year and just come and talk. Obviously, some of the things being said are being rapported. So Robert, I know he will not just make it a talk show. But thank you for reminding us. I'll take the last comment from the back.
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I just have one question. In regards to the crypto space, how would banks in the future utilize blockchain technology internally to make banks more efficient? Thank you.
Charlie. This one there, Fido will try and then John, serious question, no. So please, no, it's like problem of the day. Go and discuss. Go and discuss.
I don't have a ready-made answer for this, but I'm aware that in some jurisdictions, particularly I think in Southern America and Southeast Asia, some banks have adopted the blockchain technology for their operating infrastructure. I don't know about any jurisdiction in Africa that has gone that way, but obviously it's something to take a second look at. That is why in these kind of workshops, it's good to also have the MDs and maybe the board, technology committee and the like as part of the audience, so that these kind of discussions, because these decisions are boardroom decisions, it goes beyond certain confines of what you can go and preach to the choir, but it's the board that must take some of these should I say tough decisions, because they are more or less changing the outlook of the bank. But these are not far-fetched at all. I'm sure perhaps the boardrooms are discussing. The Senate is here, he'll take it back to his boardroom. And the other bank execs here will also take it to their boardroom and see how, particularly the banks that are domestic and they don't have any parentage where the decision making is very tough because you are changing for the entire group. I mean, so the banks are 100% localized. These kind of decisions, they can move very quick to the market in these environments.
Thank you.
God being good, the regulator has opened a little bit of window in the VASP area where banks can begin riding on the back of it, because we lost money. 2 years ago, December of 2023, a lot of the banks lost money on cryptocurrency because a platform, Binance, changed their payment and settlement system. Banks were very quiet and today that we took it. But whether we like it or not, it is here with us.
Yeah.
And that's why the discussions we are having is very important.
Last word to Philip.
Yeah. So in terms of adoption of blockchain, the technology itself has a myriad of adoption options, right? The one that sells is payments. I remember back in 2017, when I was in KPMG, we were doing a lot of work around educating on blockchain and etc. And even in our consulting work, you see that it was broad. We spoke about like using it for voting, using it for reconciliation, and all of these things. But today, many years down the line, everybody is talking about stable coins. Okay? And as a business person as well, I can say for a fact that you don't jump onto new technology. You jump onto use cases, which make business sense. So all of that discussion was like brainstorming and forming an idea. But today, where the opportunity is in stablecoin. So what you would see is that banks will start using stablecoin rails for their payments, especially international trade. So even in the US today, 9 of their biggest banks are coming together to build their own stablecoin. And that's a good signal of where the opportunity is. Okay, so in terms of seeing what banks will do with blockchain, the multiple ideas of what the technology can be used for, you may not see. You will see it in payments and transactions because it's cheaper, it's faster. Imagine as a businessman purchasing some items from China. You are doing transactions worth about $1 million and etc. Today, on that transaction, you are paying close to 5% or even more. Then imagine immediately someone brings you a platform, or even a bank offers a platform where you can now make these international payments for a cost of less than 1%. Definitely you will do it. So where the signals of opportunity are is where the business goes. Okay, so you will see banks using blockchain technology in terms of stable coins.
Wonderful. Please answer for the panel. Thank you very much. Ismail Adam, Central Bank, Philip Chum, Fido, Doris Ahiati of a consultant, and of course, John Ewa. I think we've done a great job. Started a few minutes to 10, and we're here. We have vote of thanks. So who's going to do the vote of thanks? Mr. Jato, you have to come back and do vote of thanks. There's also item 13. And so, come. But we finish, or? We finish. Put your hands together for Robert.
Thank you, Bernard. So, we've been discussing at the 29th National Banking and Ethics Conference the theme, Building Future-Ready Banks, Ethical Leadership, Sustainable Finance, and Currency Stability. And I believe our panel members have done justice to that. I think we can put our hands together for them. On behalf of the Governing Council of the Chartered Institute of Bankers Ghana and the host of this conference, Mr. Benjamin Amenume, the President, I'd like to say a big thank you to all of you for making the time with us. We've taken the insights, but also the suggestions and questions in terms of what's the communique that will come out of this. How do we action some of the initiatives and ideas going into the future? At Chartered Institute of Bankers Ghana, our mandate is to promote the study of banking, and I believe that's what we've been doing today. We'll continue in that journey in partnership with key stakeholders, including the Central Bank, GAB, and others. Let me say thank you, a big thank you to our former presidents, Madam Patricia Sapo. We have Mr. Eric Bonsu, who was here with us earlier on, and of course, the only Duke in town, Mr. Duke Metal. Please, let's clap to put our hands together for all of them. And to all our seniors and fellows, all ACIBs who are here today, thank you. My thank you will not be complete without saying a big thank you to the staff, colleagues, and management who have made this very possible. To our media partners and others, we are extremely grateful. We look forward to the 30th National Banking and Ethics Conference, and would like to encourage all of you to take something from today's session. And certainly, thank you, Bernard, for all your support. Thank you very much. And please, those who would benefit from the mentorship corner, take advantage of it. Lunch is available. And we look forward to the next program. Bernard, thank you.
Thank you very much. Before we go, we'd like to invite Bishop Patricia Sapo to do the closing prayer. So we may rise. She will help lead us in that endeavor. We'll do what? We'll do pictures where? Let the Spirit lead you. When we are done, we'll take photos as well. Thank you.
Amen. Shall we pray? I will have to make it short. Father, in the name of Jesus, we thank you so much even for today. We began this meeting with you, O God, and Father, you have led us through this meeting successfully. We are so grateful. We pray that, my Lord and my God, beyond AI, your Spirit will lead us in every decision we make. And Father, Lord, you will continue to make CIB what it is and what it has to be. We are so grateful. We commit every single person here, families, oh Lord, even into your hands, asking for your protection, asking for your guidance, asking that, Lord, you take us even to the end of the year and also to 2026. We thank you in Jesus' name. Amen.
The National Banking and Ethics Challenge is more than a competition. It is a call to action to embed ethics at the core banking practice.
Your kind attention. If the panelists can just come forward quickly, the panelists and the moderator will have some group